All right, welcome to the first Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee of this council. In fact, it's the first time we've ever held a committee with that set of portfolios. It's very exciting. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge and pay respects to the traditional Aboriginal people of the land on which we gather, and we acknowledge all their descendants. We also acknowledge the many Aboriginal people from other regions as well as Torres Strait and South Sea Islander people who now live in the local area and have made an important contribution to our community. I'll kick off with attendance. We have everyone here except Councillor Castra at the moment, which we will grill him about relentlessly later on. But it's also great to have Councillor Taylor, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Patterson. Have I forgotten anyone? Visiting. It's great to have you with us, Councillor Gates, regardless of not being on committee. We'll kick off then with the confirmation of the minutes. Can I have someone to move the minutes who was at the previous meeting? Yeah. Councillor Curtis moves the minutes. Do I have a seconder? I'll second those. I think that's it because everyone else is new, isn't it? Yeah. All those in favour? That motion is carried. Conflict of interest declarations. I've only got one that was flagged to us, but Councillor Castra isn't here. So let's move on to the first item of business. Actually, the forward planning schedule. Neil. All right, great. So the first item of business is the overview of the hazard reduction burn program. So
we've got Nicole and Mark coming out to give a short presentation on this and overview.
Great. Nicole and Mark.
And answer any questions.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. This is the first update that we provided, and it was a deferred item as it relates to last year's program, but just around the performance of the 2023 program. As part of the reorganisation, the hazard reduction program has moved over to the Disaster and Emergency Management Unit, and we've already found some really good synergies around that prevention and preparedness space around the city's natural conservation area. Last year saw a record completion, and that was due to a number of reasons, notwithstanding the weather. So we had typically, we see on average 20 days available to burn across the city, where we have the optimal conditions where it's not burning too hot or it's too wet to burn, and we've got it within the prescription. And last year we see that increase to 33. So the team was ready, as they are this year, to have the ability with our contractor LRM. So councillors may note that 2 years ago, when Queensland Fire and Emergency Services ceased their commercial operations, so they used to work with the city, and we would have them effectively engaged to do the burning program, that council has made the decision to engage a private contractor. So we've got the team within DMU to prepare the burns, work with the national the area conservation team within the Department of Environment, Heritage and Resilience, who identify the sites. We prepare them, and as I said, we were able to, for the first time in a long time, because of those windows and the preparedness work, have all of that that completed. The burn program for 2024 is also on track, and be happy to provide committee a further update when we do that. We've obviously got the weather conditions that keep being quite wet on us, but the team are prepared and ready to go with multiple sites if we get those windows open for this year. That it'll be a case where we'll be looking to do 2 and 3 burns within the same day and capitalising on those weather conditions.
That's great.
So just happy to take any questions through the chair.
Councillor Castra, great to have you with us. Did you have any questions about the hazard reduction burn scheme in Merrimack or that area? Yeah, okay. I've got Councillor Gates, then I've got Councillor Wilkinson.
Chairman, I don't have a question. I just wanted to highlight that and it doesn't make any difference because it's already happened, but on the chart on page 26, there's 2 properties identified within Division 3 that are in Division 1. The 2 at the bottom are not in Division 3.
Okay.
Those 2 numbers.
No problem. Thanks, Councillor.
Great. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair. And through the Chair, can I just ask, and I may have missed it somewhere in the readings here, but with regards to the selection of these particular sites, I note 2023's program, there were 17 sites. Who is it that actually decides on those final locations? Is it LRM or is it the city that signs off? Just a bit of clarity on that part of it, if you could.
Yeah, thanks for the question, and through the Chair. We work with the Natural Area Conservation Team within the Department of Environment, so there's a position there that works with also a contractor. So they use Phoenix Fire Modelling, which looks at both the current state of the fuel, where our risk is, what mitigation we've done over the last 10 to 15 years. They then provide a site. We then provide a draft, which we did, I think, October last year, to councillors for confirmation, of which we received unanimous support by the previous administration around acceptance of those sites. So we put the science behind that, provide maps through to councillors, any input, adjust anything, and then go from there. One of the things that we're working on, so we worked on the 2024 program, locked that in by November last year. That'd be about right, Nick? No. Obviously, the storm damage has significant change on that. Significant from a 10-year blind situation, and what I guess I highlight is that out of the entire LGA, the city conservation area only makes up 15% of the bushland. So we work with our partners around private enterprise. There's far more impact on the private enterprise estate than there is on the city conservation estate from the storms. And we're working with Queensland Fire, and we're just about to launch a program under Section 69 of the Fire Emergency Services Act around what are the landowner responsibilities. But we are engaged with the Area Fire Management Group, and next week we'll have the Local Disaster Management Group, and QFES will present their holistic local government-wide program for this year for hazard reduction as well.
That's great. Any other questions from the floor? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. The burn season, April to September, is that right? Have I read that correctly?
Nicole, do you want to?
Through the Chair, that's correct. That's the typical mitigation season, but that can differ annually just depending on the seasonal outlook, climatic conditions.
Thank you. It says optimal weather conditions. Just for new councillors, I'll make some assumptions, but I'll let you tell us what optimal weather conditions are, please.
Yeah. So an optimal weather condition is basically what's going to allow us to mitigate an area under controlled scenarios. So we're looking for very specific temperatures, wind conditions, fuel moisture conditions, all of those things, all those factors come together for us to be able to control a burn effectively, so it's not going to potentially get away from us. Not that we ever do that. Yeah. So we're actively looking for those optimal conditions so that it's just a safe prescribed burn.
And so presumably it says in the conclusion that the weather conditions are not ideal, and we're into mid-May. I'm no meteorologist, but it has been pretty wet since Christmas. Does that put some risk in getting the burn for this season completed by what we called at the start, the burn season in September?
Not necessarily. So what Mark was mentioning at the start here, we have resourced up so that when we do have those optimal burn conditions, so those available days for burning, we're going to be doing multiple burns on that one day. So we're still going to potentially be able to achieve the maximum number of burns that we can within any given year.
Thank you.
That's great. I had some follow-on questions just from Councillor Doran. This idea of optimal conditions, you talked about it optimal, but we're talking about no wind, relatively cool but not hot.
Yeah, so every single burn site, well, they're located across the landscape, different topography, different vegetation type, all sorts of factors. Every single one of our burn sites has an associated burn implementation plan. Within that then specifies very particular conditions. So wind speeds of less than 20 k's per hour,
yes.
Fuels of whatever it might be.
Yes.
That's all then sits within our seasonal permit, which is issued by the area director from QFES.
Yes.
So that's, yeah.
That's how it plays out.
That's how it plays out, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
awesome. And as a divisional council who looks after quite a lot of the southwest, and we've got, you know, we work pretty closely on these projects. One of the biggest complaints we get is the smoke.
Yes.
And so could you describe how the burn program, delivers more smoke or less smoke based on how we deliver the program?
So smoke is obviously something that's always going to be an outcome of the hazard reduction burn program, different to a wildfire smoke scenario, of course. So we do a number of things to be able to manage the effects or the impacts of the smoke from the program. Firstly, we try to burn in a way that it's not going to, so if we've got a reserve adjacent to your residential areas, sometimes we'll account for wind direction. So if it is beneficial, if your residents are on one side, we'll have the wind coming from the opposite side, so making sure that those impacts are minimised. We also do a suite of notification processes to ensure that the community are aware that there will be smoke impacts in the area. So one of the things that, again, Mark mentioned previously, the year before, we'll notify all councillors of our intent, where we're intending to burn the following year. We'll identify smoke impact areas, and every single resident that has the potential of being impacted by smoke, we will then notify them early in the year of our intent to burn and that you may have those impacts. We will then give them the opportunity to register for a notification SMS. So once we confirm a burn, which we can only do about 48 to 24 hours prior to, because again, we're dependent on those optimal weather conditions, we'll issue them with an SMS alert notifying that we intend to burn on this day. Here are the date ranges. If you do have any smoke-related issues, such as asthma or whatever it might be, it gives them the ability to close up their house and potentially move away from the location for a given amount of time. We set up variable messaging boards across the landscape to make sure, again, not only those individual residents, but the broader landscape is aware that there is a hazard reduction burn in the area, and then there will be smoke impacts associated with it as well.
That's great. Councillor Taylor has a question.
Thank you. And obviously the areas that we look at doing the burning, do we look at a forward projection of, with current weather forecasts of what it could look like? So where we are actually now, over the last 12, 18 months, we've had a fair bit of rain, so I presume there's a lot of growth in the area that could potentially become more of a concern. Have we got a bit of a prediction of what it could look like, medium, short term?
So your question is what about fuel loads?
Fuel load
yep.
And the temperatures moving forward.
Great.
And the potential of a change of conditions.
Yep.
Obviously, change of weather could affect coming into summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. So again, as what Mark mentioned previously, we do that spatial modelling through the Natural Areas Conservation Area. They work with an external consultant. What that is doing, it's bushfire behaviour modelling that has those inputs such as fuel load modelling, and they're actually going to be rerunning those scenarios given these new current state of events. So it'll be interesting comparing what it has historically been to what it is now.
So at the moment we're doing a body of work to understand what it could look like.
That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Gates.
Just in looking at the forward schedule, I just want to confirm there's a number of locations in Wongawallan mentioned, but I just want to confirm that the area adjacent to Solomon and Walter are included in next year's program, because it refers to it as Kingsholm and it's Wongawallan and it's not listed specifically, but I know there's a lot of concern from the residents there.
Yeah, through the chair. We did go and speak. I know that there are a couple of residents that were concerned that that particular site, I think it's Solomon Court Reserve, they were wondering whether or not that's been included within this year's hazard reduction burn program. That particular parcel of land isn't. However,
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me, sorry. So that particular parcel of land isn't included in the program, but there are about 5 burns that are happening around the area within Wongawallan that are located in areas where it's the primary source of the hazard, the risk to those adjacent areas. So because we are doing that mitigation activity in those areas, it then in turn lowers the risks to those adjacent reserves.
I'm pretty sure I've got it that they'll be included, and that's why I'm asking the question here, because they're not on the charts, but I thought the officers agreed to include it because of the concern.
Okay.
So,
Can we take that on notice and come back directly to you, Councillor, on that?
thank you,
Yep.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I did want to ask, I'll come back to Councillor Young in 2 seconds. I did want to ask, in the last financial year, how much did we allocate into hazard reduction burn?
I think it's approximately 720,000.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Good morning. A lot of the areas to be burned are in Division 5, and I know we had a very interrupted program last year, but one of those areas that's identified is Mystery Road, which I think gets burnt very regularly. It's probably been done about 6 times in the last 12 years. Is that because, is the continual burning, do you think, encouraging the need for continual burning? If you know what I mean?
I'll swap you for Walla. Might take that one on notice as well, if that's okay.
So my concern there is that we're affecting the vegetation regime by continually burning, and that's counterproductive in a sense. And we do have the Indigenous protected area close by, as you know, and it would be good to engage with the Combermary Rangers wherever possible. I think that's a really great step, as is the electronic signboards. People really notice them. That's been a really good introduction the last couple of years. Thanks, Chairman.
That's great. Any other questions? Do I have a mover of the motion? No one wants to move. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Gosh, it runs on the board. Anyone else? Seconder? Thank you, Councillor Curtis. That's great. Did you want to say a few words, or are you happy just to move it? Look, I just want to say thank you. $750,000 is actually not chicken feed when it comes to protecting the hinterland and really protecting the urban area through the hinterland. It's actually really quite a big deal. We play it down, and you've been very gracious today and a bit quietly spoken, frankly. But it's clear that you take your job really seriously, and we really appreciate it, and the work that you do, particularly in Division 5 and Division 9 and Division 1, that kind of urban area, that hinterland area is really critically important to our to the work that you do. So thank you. I'll take the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried. All right. We have a proposed site for a new Pimpamar PCYC, and I do note that Councillor Hamill has joined us just in time. We orchestrated that perfectly, Councillor Hamill. So I think I've got Jody. You joining us? 2 Jodys? The 2 Jodys? Great. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Are you at conflict?
Sorry? Yeah, I have a conflict, so I did actually send it through. So there we go. So basically there's the conflict. I'm a life member of the PCYC, and I always choose, given that, to actually remove myself from any discussions concerning the PCYC.
So we get Councillor Hamill joining us, and then you've got to leave us.
There we go.
All right. Well,
I hope I've trained him well, and he will do everything justice. So I think he'll be okay. You know?
All right.
He's got the training wheels off now.
Let's not influence debate any further, Councillor Castra.
All right. So thanks, Mr.
Cheers, mate. We'll let you know when we're done.
Thank you.
Jody.
So, welcome Mark and Jody. We haven't got a presentation today. We're just in response to a resolution. So if there was any questions regarding the proposal.
Excellent. So Councillor Hamill has actually prepared a changed recommendation, which we have here. And it's really the recommendation of officers with an additional 5 and 6, which I have committed to move on behalf of Councillor Hamill. And so I think the wording has been prepared there. It's great. If I can get a seconder to that motion, we might start the ball rolling. I'll defer my opening remarks to Councillor Hamill. No? All right, let's talk about the motion that's before us. Councillor Hamill, did you want to introduce?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So just to give a bit of context to councillors of the proposed changes. So since this report was prepared by officers, we have become aware that the state government has made a commitment in the quantum of $15 million to a PCYC at Aurora, which is just outside Caloundra. We've also become aware of a federal government contribution to a new PCYC at Caboolture. So given that there seems to be strong interest from both state and federal governments in contributions to PCYCs at the moment, the number 6 is about making sure that we're ahead of that by having the Mayor write to the relevant ministers at state level. Mr Chair, I'm wondering, just in a quick discussion with Jody this morning, if I should be including the federal government in 6, possibly. I might look to make that adjustment. So that's the point of number 6, is so that we can get the Mayor writing to relevant state and federal government ministers advocating for their commitment towards capital funding to the Pimpama PCYC. And then number 5, after discussions with the Mayor around community centres and community facilities in the north of the city, and what I touched on yesterday in our budget deliberations about a future LGIP project that will probably be no longer required after some other facilities are delivered, is a consideration at the September budget review of a capital contribution from the city towards the building. No idea of quantum of funds yet, all of that's to be looked at. It's just to put it out there that if the state and federal government are willing to come forward with funds, if there is a gap to fill, that we're putting a flag out there that the city may be prepared, that's a may be prepared, to make a capital contribution towards the building. That will go through the budget process and be a decision for all councillors to make.
Right, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. I was looking for the CEO to see if he was here and he could tell us when the review of community centres is due back. Does anyone know when that's due to come?
It's
March.
Next March.
Next March.
I think we've got some... Melinda, the community facilities review, do you reckon you could answer a question in that regard?
And do we know the value of the land that we're donating towards this? It's right opposite the Pimpama shopping centre.
Another good question.
So, I mean, I know the need for a PCYC in Northern Gold Coast.
Great.
Probably better than most.
Yes.
But I would like to think that it's a state responsibility to mainly provide for the building rather than if we're kicking in the land and then we have to relocate the SES. I wondered actually if this was a little premature before we know the entire costs of relocating the SES, where they're going and why the lease needs to be granted at this stage. So they're all of my questions in one.
Goodness gracious, there's a few there. Let's deal with those. I'm going to let the officers at least try to respond, and then I'll come back to Councillor Hamill, and then I think Councillor Young had a question. There was actually a question about the community facilities review, so let's deal with that first.
Through the chair.
Everyone, this is Melinda. Melinda, this is everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Through the chair, councillor, the community services review is part of the community services and facility review. So we'll be looking at community centres. They are in scope. We'll be giving a presentation to this committee in July and an agenda paper in August. Right. And that will be what the future vision for community facilities is for the city.
Great.
Okay, well, I think we should be waiting for that before we jump ahead, but I'm not on this committee and that's just a personal view.
That's okay.
Given the land donation and the need to relocate the SES.
Okay, so I'm going to try to answer your questions that related to the relocation of the SES. Jody, do you want to talk a little bit about the, obviously it's in item 4, which is the investigations continues to relocate the Pimpama SES to a suitable alternative location. And obviously item 1 talks about that a lease be granted. Help us understand how come a lease needs to be granted now and what's the latest in relation to the relocation of the SES?
Yes, so through the chair, from an SES point of view, so they were looking at relocating that facility anyway. Their current location didn't seem suitable and they did need some major upgrades to that facility. So whether the PCYC went ahead or not, the SES still needed to be relocated. In the initial search for a space, the preference was always to be part of the Pimpama Super Depot because SES it's a legislative requirement that we do actually provide facilities for SESs across the city. So the depot. Yes, yep. Okay. So that was always a preference because SESs are actually managed internally through facilities management, and that's where the depot would be managed through as well. So that was always our preference. For us, only in concept at the moment. If there wasn't space within the depot, we are currently starting a master plan for the whole Heritage Park Pimpama Sports Hub site as well, and there could be potential space within that area as well.
For the SES?
Yep.
Right. Excellent. That kind of, I think, addresses some of the SES relocation piece. There was also a question in relation to, obviously we don't have a building yet. Help us understand the process of, starting that lease process before there's a building there and how that works.
Yes, so through the chair. So we were approached by the PCYC initially, and because of the state government commitment, they needed to have a resolution through council to have a parcel of land committed that matched their financial contribution. Otherwise, there's a potential for them to lose that financial commitment from the state. So that's why it came through council in January. The Depot Road site was resolved, and then we were just having a look at the tenure arrangements for that.
That's great. I'm going to come back to Councillor Hamill, who raised his hand with a question or some comment.
I just want to know the value of the site that we're tripping in.
Sorry? Value of the site?
Through the chair, unfortunately, I'm not aware of that. However, the site is council land. It was always earmarked for some sort of future potential community use. We do have other PCYCs within the city that are council land, and they are leased to the PCYC as well. So
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with it. It's a necessary piece of infrastructure. I just want to know the value that council's giving to the project before we also add capital value to the project.
Yeah, so I'm going to get that taken on notice and we're going to come back. We might actually be able to do that with the vast number of people here. Someone can probably make a quick call and get that sorted out. We may have it before the end of the meeting or before the end of the item. But Councillor Hamill.
Mr Chair, so Jodie's nailed the SES part of it, so I've had fairly extensive communication with them about what they were looking to do at their site because their current building and layout really isn't facilitating the need for them anymore. So there was an option of spending a hell of a lot of money on that site for them and really still not achieving what their longer term need is, or the option of putting them hopefully at the Pimpama Super Depot site and getting some really good efficiencies between them being right next door to a council facility. So SES side of things is well and truly sorted. But just to add to Jodie's part about the tenure arrangement and why the lease needs to happen now, one of the main funding sources that we see for this building is through the federal government, and to be able to apply for those grants, a tenure arrangement of land is actually one of the first prerequisites. You must have land secured.
Yes.
So PCYC Queensland is in a really difficult position at the moment. They have $5 million available to them from the state. They can't spend any of it yet to proceed with engineering investigations and design because they don't have tenure locked down.
Yes.
As soon as this lease is executed, that $5 million is available. They can start detailed design, all of that work, and then can start making grant applications to the federal government for money. It will also be the linchpin of them making really strong representations to the state approaching in October state election of bigger contributions from them as well.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Is there any other questions? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. My question surrounds, also interested in the value of the land, as Councillor Gates indicated, but my question surrounds the timing. So I understand the need for an AFL to be in place now to secure the arrangements moving forward, but it says here that by 1 July 2027...
What page are you on, Councillor Doran?
I'm looking at the recommendation. The offer to lease... 48. Says the lease has to commence, if it's not commenced by, essentially has to commence by 1 July 2027. Seems to me to be a tight, I don't know the space and I'm not across the staging of the project, but it does seem to be a rather tight time frame in our current building environment. I'd like to understand what provisions are in place, because it drops back to the CEO for approval after that if it's not commenced by 1 July. I'd like to understand whether there's a program in place that shows the likelihood of it being completed and a lease in place by 1 July 2027.
So it sounds like the question is 3 years plus long enough for us to get to a point where the lease can become active? Is that...
And active, as I read it, is a completed building.
Okay, so let's talk to that.
So through the chair, so it was just the initial commencement of the lease. So the lease documents can actually be drafted prior. They don't actually have to be officially lodged at completion of it. So for us, it was just making sure that we're not giving up this parcel of land for the next 10, 15 years if there was a chance that the PCYC actually never happened. So we just needed to put some sort of date on it to make sure that we are progressing through this process and we're not just completely giving up the land.
We're just not going to pass on. We're going to get through Councillor Doran's questions, then I'm going to go to Councillor Patterson, then I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Hamill.
I just want to query that again. So page 47, it is proposed that an initial agreement to lease document, which in legal structures is the document that sits in front of the lease agreement, and the agreement for lease essentially falls away once the lease commences. So the agreement for lease is to be formalised. I get that, but then it says in the language of the timing, formal lease arrangements will begin no later than 1 July. It's that what I'm querying. Formal lease arrangements, in my understanding, is the commencement of the lease, and that the action that would occur that commence that, to me, would be the completion of the building. So this is why I'm asking about the timing.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. I think there's nothing preventing council from extending that term if it is needed, but the question it sounds you're asking is 3 years long enough for us to build a building or for the PCYC to facilitate the building of their building? Correct, especially given that there, as Councillor Hamill indicated, there are quite a few levels of funding that are required to be secured before we get to commencement of construction. So I was just trying to understand when how deliverable it is to that timeframe. And just to provide a bit more context, if there is no funding, I'd be asking committee to consider a sunset date on the agreement or the resolution. If nothing has occurred by that date, then maybe the land comes back to council and we look at other uses for it, just so it doesn't sit there in perpetuity, as you indicated. So I'm going to touch on there was a comment before about $5 million. Can you touch on that? What's the $5 million that someone has?
So through the chair, that was the initial state government contribution that was allocated in August through their budget, and they allocated several projects for PCYCs across Queensland, and one of them was $5 million allocated to a new PCYC in Pimpama.
Right. So there's $5 million to get this project at least off the ground currently. Yep. Does that provide some certainty to you in relation to... I'm going to come back to Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Hamill, but let's finish on Councillor Doran first. So as I understood it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there is still other funding to be obtained in order to deliver it. So the $5 million's there, good start, but the process between securing the other funding arrangements and then building it towards towards 1 July 2027 is my query. Yes. And I understand there is. It's not. I just want to clarify that. But then also around a sunset of actual commencement, so that this land does not sit there unutilised if they are unable to get that funding, is where I'm heading. Okay. Do you guys want to make a comment about that? I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to resolve this today, but that's all right. Yeah.
Again, through the chair. So we're trying with that not to estimate their construction duration, but just to apply some sunset clause and have an ability to come back and adjust so that it wasn't sitting there in perpetuity. And that was the intent. It wasn't to estimate their construction time, but it gives, the way it's written, us leverage to reconsider it. We can always extend that period. It's not a definite. It's just to say by the 1st of July, if they haven't, we will relook at this. And if they need more time and have made movement and have more funding in place or partway through construction, we can extend that. It just gave us that ability. Please do. One last clarification on that for the committee to consider is if there is no substantial commencement or any commencement, whether that can, rather than be extended through the EGM, where that can come back to committee for consideration as to the extension. Please. Yep. Does that sound okay? I think that sounds good. So Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So again, just on this, on the funding of it, so it sounds like there's 3 buckets of value: the land value, $5 million from the state to do the designs and get started, and then whatever the other bucket is. Have we got any understanding of what, broad brush, that's going to cost and who they're asking for that money? Is it like 20 mil or?
That's a good question, but Councillor Hamill.
So the $5 million that was allocated in the state budget last year is for investigation design to get this to shovel ready. Yes. Like that is what the $5 million is for. It's not a contribution to capital expenditure in the building. If there's some of the money left, it could be, but the $5 million is get all the engineering done, all the investigations done, concept design, builder engaged, and be able to put forward a shovel ready to construct project.
And it's my understanding that us striking some sort of signal that we're willing to have a lease is actually a contingent element of
so
that.
That's it. So that $5 million is sitting there doing nothing until a land tenure arrangement's in place.
Which is why the resolution is before us today.
It is.
In order for them to commence the use of those funds.
Yeah.
Okay, great, awesome.
So to answer the other parts of it, so based on recent PCYC constructions, so PCYC have I guess you call it a McDonald's kind of option, like it's a kind of cookie cutter repeat
They're going to have
everywhere.
a PCYC and a McDonald's
option now. Yep.
That's very convenient for the young people.
There is a McDonald's not too far away. So the most recent one constructed in Caboolture was around the $22 million mark. It's a slightly smaller version. This, given the demographics in Pimpamara and the service programs to come,
yes.
The high level cost we're working on is $30 million.
Right. Okay.
That's the number we're working on. That's got a level of educated guess behind it, but
and that doesn't include the value of the land that is potentially being allocated by council.
No,
so it's a $30 million build project that is currently unfunded, but in order for the $5 million to become real, a lease tenure agreement of sorts or an agreement to lease needs to be struck, which is what we are discussing today.
Exactly it, Mr. Chair.
Gotcha. Councillor Patterson.
So 2 follow-up questions. First one, is there any expectation that there will be a request for some of that funding of that 30 mil to come from local government?
It's a good question, but yeah, maybe. Did you want to answer the question?
Through the chair, so we've amended it to consider the option in the September budget review whether we make a support of some sort for the capital investment at some point in time, but we haven't put a figure to that or estimated that because it does depend on the
and that'll be a matter for the September budget review based on the proposed resolution you've got here. Great.
Well, given what we've done in other areas and given what are the responsibilities in the state and federal, again, I'm not on this committee, but my preference would be to remove that because we're the one with all the risk here, not the state, not federal. So if we've effectively committed the tenure and they've thrown in $5 million, here we're ready to go, look, we've got $23 million, we only need another 7, we're the ones who will be asked for the money. And it will be difficult for us to say no with that tenure. I think it is a very fair request to say if we're stumping up this land, that they need to find that funding at other levels.
Are you for or against us having a conversation about that at September budget review? Because I don't want to say no or yes.
I think the conversation happens now when you are putting forward the lease, because I think the two things go hand in hand. And if it's almost too late once that lease is in, if that's not finalised when that discussion is happening, for me that would alter potentially my support for that lease. Having been through a recent project with Red Cross, I was, significant funds that they had to put in to renovate a building. And also I was very curious because we had a lot of issues with tenure on that. I can't remember the contract, but I wasn't aware that we were providing 20-year contracts on these.
Your comments are noted and all. I think they're necessarily separate. The decisions that our council makes about leases are dealt with in this committee when it relates to parks and open spaces, and then decisions about budget are made in the special budget committee. So I don't feel comfortable us making a decision about both of those things at the same time because the set of mechanisms we have to make decisions about funding programs don't happen. So we need to have two separations. So for us to strike the lease here in this committee and then for the special budget to decide any CapEx contribution, if any, have to have necessarily separate. Is that a problem for you?
Well, I disagree because if it's coming up, you're effectively putting an ask in here because of that lease you're putting in. So I think there needs to be, would we do this lease with state and federal paying for this, or effectively, if we put that in, we'll be up for it.
Right.
We will be up for the money.
So is there a way we
because we are wearing the risk because it's our land, they're there, and it's like, oh, we've got this far, we just need this over the head, and state and federal won't do it. We're wearing it. So if we take it out now, then that puts more negotiating power onto us saying, state and federal, you have to pay for it.
Okay, so I'm going to take that, and we're going to listen to Councillor Hamill's response.
So, Mr Chair, every PCYC in Queensland is typically a council-owned building. Like, they're not state government buildings. Every PCYC of the 50-something of them in Queensland, they're typically based out of a council building. That is normally the arrangement.
All right.
Yeah, most of the time, a council building on council land.
Okay.
To clarify, we're not giving that land away. We're not donating land to PCYC Queensland. We're leasing it to them.
Yes, got it.
So it's a lease, which means that any building built upon it is actually owned by us.
Yes.
Like, so.
And is our asset.
Yes. And if in 20 years' time PCYC choose not to renew the lease, or whenever that happens in the future, it is a council building.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, so just to be clear on that, because we're not giving land away, and it is the typical arrangement of the most recent PCYCs built, so the most recent one at Cronulla Park and Logan, three-way agreement between council, state government and federal government. That seems to be the model now. And so risk there, like the risk is if we don't put a signal out there that we're prepared to be part of that, then possibly we don't get any state or federal government funding, and the chance to have this building paid for by those other levels is lost.
I think Councillor Patterson's comment is, point is well made. The reality is that we are chipping in a contribution of land and we're facilitating a lease. I don't think we're saying no to it, but I'm not particularly wedded to 5 if we don't need it. But
and that's what,
I'd be interested to know the committee members. At the moment, I've heard from a bunch of visitors to the committee, but not the committee members, so other than Councillor Doran, which I very much appreciate. Is there any other feedback from other committee members?
Mr Chair, your comment is very clear. Like, I'm not asking for a capital contribution today. I'm asking it for it to go through the appropriate budget process.
Of course.
I could have been cheeky and tried to do something on the floor during a CapEx budget, for example. I didn't.
No, but
I put it
very gracious, Councillor
through
Hamill,
the correct committee,
be so gentlemanly about
through
your
a resolution and through the budget process, where all councillors will have the opportunity, if, and it's an if.
We still don't have a motion, Councillor Hamill, so let me come back to you once we actually have a motion. Councillor Wilkinson, do you have any comments on the...
I think Councillor Hamill has answered this for me to a degree anyway, and I'm looking at this in a very simplistic way, similar to what you have. We've got two silos here working. There's a special budget committee that this is basically just saying that it wants to go up as a recommendation at that time. The only query I would have is, do we have a figure around that as far as what that would look like at all at this stage? But again, I feel like it would be a no, but that would be my first query. But as Councillor Hamill has actually expressed, at that point in time, I think it would be up for consideration of the councillors sitting around the table to deem whether or not we choose to keep it in or not keep it in, if I'm not mistaken.
You've raised a really good question. Could we get some information before full council about the funding mix provided on other PCYC projects in Queensland? Is that okay?
Yeah,
just the funding mix. Yep. So which contributions from federal, state and local government in maybe the last 3 or 4 projects that were delivered to PCYC? So if we can get that funding mix, something that would help Councillor Wilkinson over the line. And Councillor Doran has a question or a comment?
Question and a comment.
You're welcome to offer both.
Worth noting that I support PCYC here, right? So I'd like to understand Councillor Hamill's view on, given he's obviously closer to the mechanics of this than I am, as to whether or not the removal of number 5 on the screen there in any way affects the progress of the development. And that's my query. And the other thing I'd like for council officers and councillors to consider is changing number 3 in due course to remove the delegation to the CEO or the sub-delegate if things don't occur by the 1 July, to therefore remove that and return it back to committee for considerations of the reappropriation of the land, or the consideration to continue it after that date can come back here, just so we don't have that sitting there. But that's just my 2 questions.
Councillor Doran, I reckon Councillor Hamill will have no problem at all with having council consider any change rather than authorising the CEO. So we might just wrangle some words there. And again, because the process of capital contributions is necessarily separate to this committee, even if we removed 5, a capital contribution would have to come through the special budget committee if it was required in the future. So I don't think there's anything jeopardising moving forward by removing 5 entirely and adjusting the words of 3. But Councillor Hamill, do you have a response to that?
So, Mr Chair, it has definitely been done on purpose.
Yes.
So in conversations with officers and conversation with the Mayor, we've come to that conclusion that instead of it just being a random item popping up at a future budget meeting, that it was best to put this in here and make that intent clear today. Yeah. And it is based on the fact that, exactly to your point of how have the last few ones being done, that we know that for all the last projects done, there has been a capital contribution from the local governments as well.
Gotcha.
So that while there haven't been a request yet, we are expecting it in the future.
Got it.
And it was just putting that out there so that there's no surprises in the future. It also puts a rocket underneath PCYC Queensland, quite frankly. So October state elections are important. As soon as this is in place, they have got their consultants ready to start work.
Yes.
And if they can really put a rocket underneath all of that, they can have design and concept and pricing ready, not just to consider for the state government elections, but for this time frame.
Yes.
If they can't meet this time frame, it can be a further one down the track, but it very much is to put it right underneath them that you've got to 2027 to get this lease in place, and you've got an opportunity to have something put back in front of this chamber to consider.
So yeah, and obviously at the Special Budget Committee, we could nominally allocate 10% of the total construction cost, which might be $3 million or hypothetically here, and then that might actually say to the state government, well, they're willing to give that amount, and now there can be 50% or 45% each from the feds and the state. Yeah.
Mr Chair, and that was, and I don't mean to, that was very much the Mayor's view, was that he sees the power for PCYC Queensland and advocacy of being able to go to the state and feds and say, land is in place.
Land and,
they have indicated
and some contributions in place.
They have indicated they're willing to discuss capital contribution.
Yeah.
State and feds, put your bloody money in.
Yeah, or take it from other projects that perhaps can't be realised, like the $16 million one in Caloundra or wherever it's going to be.
Very.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea.
That would be a reasonable idea.
Because they haven't got a tenure at all.
We might not suggest it as bluntly as that, but it's to really be able to allow PCYC Queensland as an independent body to push as hard as they can on the state and federal government.
Great idea. I'm going to go to Councillor Young and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. And the position I'd hold at council on this is that number 5, there's nothing untoward about it, but the conversation that will prevail, if that's held now, is, council's going to be looking generously at this in the September budget review, so council's good for cash. It takes the pressure off. I mean, this is all about negotiation. That takes the pressure off the state government, whichever party that might be, to front up with the major body of cash, because it indicates quite clearly, yes, council's soft on this. Council will be looking at it, particularly without number 5. There is still a provision capacity for us to deal with it at September budget review, but by then we will have been informed by the further reports that are going to come through this committee in regards to the facilities review.
Yeah, I mean, given this meeting is streamed and I have basically a quorum for a full council meeting here, I think it'd be difficult to conclude that council will be soft on this matter. Councillor Patterson's words have been made very strongly as well. But would you want to add to the argument, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, I do. And I think Councillor Young is spot on. So whatever conversation we have here, what we'll be looking at later and what state and federal will be looking at is resolutions. So what we are saying here, we're not even saying that the Mayor right to state and federal to fund it. We're saying that the Mayor right to state and federal to request additional funding. Additional. So that effectively, by that word, says we're funding it and can you chip in a bit. For me, that's not what that says. So I would suggest, look, I think if you take out 5, there is no loss. It doesn't mean it can't come to September. It's not going to take one iota away of advocacy with the election. I mean, Councillor Gates just noted, this election is about youth crime. If both sides of government don't say that they're going to go and put this and support this in this area, then they're both nuts. Yep. So let's just take out 5 where it doesn't add anything. It just says, hello, you don't need to pay for it, we'll do it. And 6, I would suggest you go government ministers fund the PYC.
So I'm going to...
Rather than additional. That would be my... I'm not on the committee, but that would be my suggestion.
But yeah, I'm probably going to need that change proposed by an actual member of the committee. So, not on that. So Councillor Doran has a question.
Just Query to Councillor Hamill through the chair. Is there any danger to changing the word recommendation to consideration?
Review a consideration for city funding, is that what you mean? So the number 5 would read that as part of the 24-25 September budget review, a consideration for city funding is made to support. If we did change that word, would you be willing to move it or second it?
Yes, if it is sufficient to satisfy Councillor Hamill, and the reason for that is it's a softer position that I think meets a middle ground for where Councillor Young was. And
I think Councillor Hamill's not on the committee, but what I have here is we have a motion that don't have a mover or a seconder, and so I'm looking for you as a committee member to come up with a motion that actually you can support. It'll end up being re-engineered at council, and I appreciate this will be your first full council meeting dealing with committee matters.
Before I do that, can I ask a question of, is Councillor Young a member of this committee?
You can ask any question you like through me or to anyone.
Yeah, I'd like to understand whether that change to consideration instead of recommendation would satisfy some of the concerns that Councillor Young raised, which were quite valid.
It's a great question. Councillor Young, do you have a comment about whether if we change the word recommendation to consideration in item 5, along with removing the authorisation of the CEO and bringing it back to council instead of authorising a sub-delegate to deal with it, would those two gain your support at the full council meeting? I doubt it. You doubt it?
Thanks for the question. I doubt it, because I think it's about the conversation. It's about having a strong position in the negotiations that are going to take place from here to there. Right. You don't need that.
You're of the view that 5 could be omitted entirely? Yeah.
Absolutely, and it doesn't prejudice our ability to review it at the right time.
So I think hopefully that answers your question, Councillor Doran. Councillor Hamill, it sounds like you don't want to remove 5 entirely, and it looks like we'll have another conversation about this at full council, which will play out, and that's great. But we do need a motion to play with, so let's see how we go. Is there any other questions from the floor, or Councillor Wilkinson?
Doesn't make any difference, Doran.
Yes, please, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just one more directed to Councillor.
Can I just get you to so I can hear Councillor Wilkinson? Can you just pause for a second? Just pause. Be great if I could just, while Councillor Wilson's actually addressing the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Hamill, do you have any idea as far as when we talk about federal grants available, do you have any idea about which federal grants that might be in the vicinity of dollars potentially on the table in that respect?
Councillor Hamill?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Wilkinson, I can't name the grant pool specifically. I definitely know I've got it in documents somewhere. An example would be that the $15 million towards the Caboolture facility was through that grant facility. I believe from memory, I can't remember the name of it, but I think it's got a cap of $50 million on it. Like, it's a significant pool of funds. It is most definitely what PCYC Queensland is using to advocate for funding to several PCYCs across Queensland. I just can't remember the name of the particular fund, and I'm not sure if officers know it off the top of their head. It's definitely been mentioned in meetings, Joe, just can't remember the name of it. But definitely a grant available. It runs for the next 3 or 4 years, and it's got a fairly significant cap on it.
Gotcha. Councillor Wilkinson.
So just follow up to that then. In relation to the 2024-2025 September budget review, does it need to, given that we've got this, I guess, caveat in place for July 27, does it need to be necessarily this particular budget review that we need to give this consideration towards? Just out of curiosity, if we've got that time period in place, I guess, to give consideration towards, if those other levels of government don't tip in the funds that we are expecting that they will, is that something that the Special Budget Committee could consider down the track rather than at this point in time?
Councillor, do you have a view on that? I mean, my feeling is actually that the Special Budget Committee can consider any matter at any time that we determine as council it should commit.
So that's absolutely true, Mr. Chair. Special Budget Committee can review, and at any time in the future can review it. Let's to you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Wilkinson, the September is very much on purpose, and that is all to do with a certain election coming up in October. It is the intent of PCYC Queensland, and it is the intent of me to line up both major parties for a commitment towards this facility as an election commitment at the time. It very much, Councillor Wilkinson, comes from a place that we know, based on a lot of evidence, not just on PCYC facilities, but on a lot of projects. But there is specific evidence on PCYCs which officers will be able to give to all councillors before full council, that a contribution towards these facilities, which again, I'd remind committee members, end up being council-owned buildings. We just contribute, a possible contribution to a council-owned building in the end, that that tends to be the linchstone, as with a lot of things, of when state and federal government happens first. It typically doesn't happen the other way around, where it's feds and states then us. A lot of the time for these kind of things, it's council money first,
grassroots first,
and then in state and federal money come in afterwards.
Gotcha. I think that's a point well made, but Councillor Taylor had a question, maybe?
Look, just what I'm hearing at the moment, and obviously getting a breakdown of other PCYCs that have had funding from other levels, I think what I'm hearing is there will be a capital contribution from us at some point for a discussion point. I think the piece we don't have right now is what does it look like compared to other contributions. And I suppose that's the bit we're talking about in that item 5. By it being open, it's not given us a number that we could at least say we're hanging our hat on. So it's interesting for me. It's almost that data, even though I'm not on the committee, if we had an indication of what a amount as a local government we would contribute, that could almost give us a bit to say that we're going to consider a certain amount, and then that would put the pressure back onto state government to say we want to ensure that we're limited to what that would be, to put the pressure back onto state and federal.
Gotcha. Councillor Doran.
I'm happy to move now, in consideration, happy to move some changes, requests for changes for consideration. So as indicated earlier, I'd like some wording replaced in number 3 to bring the power back to committee should no substantial completion of the project commence by 1 July.
So that, by removing 3, that would
just
be necessary. If you remove 3 entirely.
No, removing the power to go to the CEO or the subdelegate and return it back.
So again, if you remove 3, it will be necessary for them to come back here.
Okay, fine.
So what you're asking for, we remove 3. That means the CEO can't delegate that decision. He has to come back, or he or she, whoever the CEO is, has to come back to us.
Defer to you as that being the better outcome. That's fine.
Yeah, so we take 3 out, you'll get what you're looking for, which is council will have to decide it can't be delegated. What's that, sorry?
I know gender's fluid.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying, well, who knows? The CEO, he might be grumpy with us after the first council meeting. He might go, I'm out of here. I doubt that, but.
I think we need to make sure it comes back, because otherwise it lapses.
Yeah, I don't want it to lapse. I want the ability to.
It has to be said that it comes back to council, or else at 2027 it's gone.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I doubt that we would let that happen without bringing a report back to council. But let's change the word so we can make that work. So let's say 3 says that the negotiation with the PCE on lease term arrangement after 1 July 2027 is considered by the LEHR committee. Let's do that.
Thank you. Whilst that's being typed up, I'd also like to formalise consideration instead of recommendation. Happy to speak to the reason for that now or at a later date. It's to.
Sorry, I was just passing that on. I missed the start of what you said. So.
As to number 5, I'd like.
Yes.
I recommend that it stays in, but we change recommendation to consideration. I feel like that's a softer position and does allow us some ability to get away from a fixed position or an expectation the council will agree to that. And then I think to support that change on number 5, in number 6, if we remove the word additional and ask that the mayor write to the state and federal government ministers requesting funding be made available to the PCYC in further fund development.
Councillor Doran, I'm so appreciative of you moving that motion. I'm going to second it. Well played. And we're just going to get it typed up. So we're going to. So we're going to, in 5, we're going to remove the words recommendation. So keep consideration, keep consideration, remove recommendation. Yeah, and then remove the word additional. Yeah. So just before we move on, Councillor Doran, is that the motion that you're moving? Do you want to just double check the wording? So instead of the words review a consideration in 5, so the words review a consideration for should be replaced with consider. Yeah, and then just get rid of 4 as well. It's part of the... what is that? It's part of the... That doesn't make sense, that sentence. Councillor Gates, can you give me some words that actually grammatically make sense? As part of the... City funding be considered. So that as part of the 24-25 September budget review, city funding be considered. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that word consider and we're going to add review in that bit there. September budget review, city funding be considered to support. That's it. So we're just considering it. Councillor Doran, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
So that's moved by Councillor Doran, seconded by myself. And we have a motion to debate. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. So as I indicated before, I think that I'm supportive of the Pimpamar PCYC. I think that it's clearly a need in the north. I note Councillor Hamill's strong support for the project. I think the changes made to the resolution allow for further consideration by council should no action occur on the site, so that it doesn't get held up or land banked whilst we could get stuck in various levels of government or funding constraints. So that allows us to reconsider it after 1 July if nothing's happened. So I think that's a good outcome. I note all the comments in relation to point 5 and I hope that the change softens the view of the committee to allow for it to be considered but not recommended at this stage. And I appreciate the change to point 6 so that we note that the Mayor will write to the federal and state government. I think this is a good outcome. I think it's a good project and I support it and recommend it.
Thanks, Councillor Doran. Don't want to speak against. Of course you can ask a question.
With regard to 1A, where it defines the lease term is not greater than 20 years, I'm not sure if that's a standard provision that we make, but obviously we do renew leases, and so maybe that's not the right message to be giving, that we're going to restrict this to 20 years, that's it. Maybe it should say initial lease.
Oh, see, I don't think it would preclude us from extending or renewing a lease. It's just that the initial term, I think the word initial is almost redundant, but Councillor Doran, are you happy to add the word initial?
Yeah, I am actually happy to add initial. I note Councillor Young's position there. Initial doesn't preclude options, but it states that options are still available after that term. So I don't think it harms the resolution in any way.
So we're going to use the word initial there, and it's changed with the permission of both the mover and seconder.
Thank you.
Mr Chair, just the 20 years, initial 20 years was actually PCYC Queensland's request as well. That suits their model and suits the grants they're going forward to be able to give that kind of tenure arrangement. So no problems with that word being added, but the 20 years suits the city and suits PCYC Queensland.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Thanks, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. There is no doubt that there is a vital need for this kind of service, PCYC, in the north of our city. What is also really clear is that there is an election coming in 6 months' time, which will be an election on youth crime, on the crisis that's been created, and is the responsibility of the state. We shouldn't be making any suggestion that we are going to pick up their costs. This is on them, and I urge both sides of government that they've got the opportunity now to say who is really serious about this and who's going to commit in full to the PCYC. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson. Does anyone want to speak for? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Chair, obviously to committee members, this is a fairly important project to me and my community, and Councillor Gates can definitely attest to the fact that this is a project that's been talked about in the north of the city for 20 years. And I'd make that point now that this isn't a project that I've come up with or I've been pushing. This has been Councillor Gates and Michael Crandon, the state member for Coomera, have been pushing this for a long time. What has really brought this forward is an unexpected, and it was unexpected for PCYC Queensland, a big chunk of money been available in last year's state budget towards PCYCs. And it's driven, exactly as Councillor Patterson puts to, because of community pressure around youth crime. $5 million on the table to get things started is a good start, fully acknowledging it's not going to build a building, and that's discussions of the future for all levels of government. By being at the forefront, and from what I'm told from PCYC Queensland, we are one of the only local governments to really pull our finger out, get land identified, and get on with the tenure arrangements to put them in a position to be able to be advocating for funds is important. So we're ahead of the game. This is council land. I'll just make the point again, we're not giving it away. We still retain ownership of it. It will still be owned by our ratepayers. What we have an opportunity through this, and by including 5 and putting that signal out there, is that I'm not against, and it was put that this is a soft position. I'm happy to be soft on the idea of contributing towards a building that we own on our land that the community gets use from. I'm not against that. What we have and what will be used is 2 or 3 recent PCYCs built across Queensland that have been local government, state government and federal government funded. We'll have those percentages, and I'll have no problem with any councillor saying, well, at Logan or at Caboolture, this is how much those local governments put in and we shouldn't go above that. I wouldn't have an issue with that. I'd quite happily defend that position and will. But an October election coming up, to put that signal out there, I think is the right one. And again, it comes back through budget. I'm under no illusion that if it comes to special budget and the recommendation is that we should fund the whole thing, that's going to go down in blazing glory. What I hope is that PCYC Queensland use this time, hopefully by this resolution getting up at council, to get the consultants that I know have been engaged well underway, get the design and costings done, be able to come back to the officers with all the data they need to make a recommendation, consideration, a presentation to budget for us to consider, and that hopefully, if there is a request, it is a very reasonable request, benchmarks against other local government contributions towards PCYCs in Queensland.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. This is a political project. It already is. It was certainly raised off the floor, basically, without any due reporting beforehand to council about the endeavour, and we've gladly contributed the land for at least 20 years for this particular use, recognising the great value that PCYC provide to our community. But looking at this project in isolation of our broader responsibility to the community, which is to deliver community centres, libraries, hubs, whatever you might want to call them, we've got a whole bunch of work in progress about that, and we're making a decision effectively, being asked to make a decision now about something that isn't within our gamut and without recognition of all of those other obligations. So that's why I'm reluctant to and cautious about this matter, because we've got a whole host of stuff that's going to be presented to us in June or July or March or whenever it may be about our own obligations in terms of community facilities, and I don't want a project that can be funded by the state, and I believe should be funded by the state, yes, principally, to prejudice our capacity to deliver other facilities, gotcha, which the state won't contribute to. Thanks, Mr Chairman.
All right, does anyone want to speak for the motion? I'm going to say a few thirds then. I actually think this is, a project we've been working on for quite some time. I think I'll echo Councillor Hamill's comments that it's not a new idea that has been devised by him as a divisional councillor, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Gates' long-term advocacy for that area of the city, not just in community facilities. There's been some phenomenal community facilities delivered up there during the time I've known you, but also prior to my time, and this is not a new project. There's a 2019 resolution for us to talk about Pimpama PCYC. There's a 2024, early 2024 resolution for us to consider a PCYC in Pimpama. To me, this is not a new project, and frankly, it should actually form part of that community facilities review if it's holistic and properly crafted. Frankly, that holistic review is going to address lots of different facilities that get used for the community, not just council facilities, and this is just one other one that we've previously said we're going to do. I think it's worthy of support of the committee today. I appreciate there'll be some robust debate at full council, but I hope that committee members today will support the motion as it's been crafted by Councillor Doran. Thank you. Unless you've got a question, that's the close of debate, unless Councillor Doran wants to... Did you want to speak against?
No, I don't want to speak against it at all, not in any shape or form. It's a really valuable facility that the northern community needs, especially in the face of the youth crime and the numbers of young people in northern Gold Coast. There's something like 26% of the northern population is under 50. Yeah, it's incredible. And so it's a valuable project. All I was going to ask through you, Chairman, is can the officers include it in the review that's underway so that we do have some data and information to support the need for funding, and it would just be helpful for it to be part of that review that's underway at the moment.
Through the Chair, absolutely, and that's our intent with any work in progress, that it will be included.
And the only other question that was kind of pending that was hoping the funding mix piece would be great to have that as well, so we can see the practical examples of what other local governments... Councillor Doran, you're entitled to close debate if you'd like, otherwise you can concede and we can take the vote.
I won't add to your comments, but I thought the context you provided as to the history of this project consideration was really worthy, and I recommend it.
All right. Okay, all those in favour, please. That motion is carried. Excellent. Now, one of the commitments I made in discussing this kind of new committee with Executive General Manager Alex and Jodie Fielding, who looks after Services Gold Coast, was that for the committee we would try at every one of these committees to give a snapshot of some of the work. Sorry, Councillor Doran. We need to get Councillor Castra back, absolutely. Is at each of these committees we'd have a presentation about a matter that has been dealt with by the previous Lifestyle and Community Committee, just to give a bit of an overview of some of the work that's been going on. And so we're going to do one of those today. In fact, we're doing 3 of those today. One is about the Palm Beach Aquatic Centre, one is about arts and culture in the city, and one is about fire ants, all of which are, activities of council that come through this committee. But I thought it would be helpful for committee members, and obviously if we've got a committee that has got a lot of new councillors, so we're hoping that if there's other things that you would like to know about from a holistic city perspective, please reach out to me and we'll make sure that we try to add at least 2 or 3 presentations to each committee. Yeah, someone's getting him. It's all good. Thank you, Councillor Bartison. I'm sorry we'll miss you on that one, but I'm sure you'll be able to watch online. Councillor Castra, that took a lot longer than I thought it was going to, mate. But it's great to have you back. Sadly, we lost Councillor Patterson as soon as you walked in the door, so I don't know what happened there either. Yeah. All right, so I'd like to invite Tim and Jodie to present about the Palm Beach Aquatic and Community Centre.
Excuse me, Chair.
Please.
I just want to bring attention. I'm happy to leave out. I found out recently that our company's doing some work for the Aquatic Centre, so I'm happy to leave the room now, but
did you prepare a conflict of interest?
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm happy to leave now. And
today's presentation doesn't result in any resolution other than us noting the presentation. So, given that there's no benefit that you could possibly derive today,
that's right. I'm happy to leave because I'm not on the committee.
Great. So. Have you got a pre-prepared conflict or?
I can do it at full council, yeah. So I'm happy to walk out.
Okay. So, because he's not a member of a committee, he doesn't have to make a declaration. He can just leave the room.
Everyone's leaving. Hey, Vito, sit down.
Is anyone else leaving? Okay, all right, good. All right, so Councillor Taylor has left the room, and I'll throw to you, Tim.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. This morning I'm here to present to you just an update on the Palm Beach Aquatic and Community Centre, which is the single largest investment the city's actually made in the southern Gold Coast for community infrastructure, and will set a benchmark for integration between aquatic centres, community facilities that the city has. My name's Tim Gowd. For those who I haven't met before, I'm the manager for major venues, and I've got Mark Esnor, the GM for Venues Gold Coast as well. So today's presentation, I'm just going to go through a brief history. So to make you familiar, for those councillors not familiar with the site, this site here was originally established in 1977 and serves the southern Gold Coast community for their aquatic and recreation needs. It's been extensively used by national and international athletes, and over the many years has had various iterations of refurbishments and upgrades. However, the ongoing maintenance costs and safety concerns made the facility no longer serving the community needs, and so upgrade is warranted. Many ideas were put forward over the years, including a master plan in 2011. However, that project was put on hold with funding commitments to the 2018 Commonwealth Games pushing that project back. Opportunity came to relook at the master plan in 2019 again, and Council endorsed and approved funding to construct, which occurred in May of 22. This is the actual artist rendition of the actual facility once it's constructed. And when it will be open, it'll be a regional centre, attracting, it'll have 4 new pools, including a water children's play pool. The existing 50-metre pool you'll see there is retained. It has a warm water pool for looking at the therapy needs of our older demographic, which is actually 3 times the size of the warm water pool that was there. New 25-metre outdoor swimming pool, which $1.5 million was committed from the Queensland Government under the Local Government Grants and Subsidies program. There'll also be allied health training rooms as well, so for those who have therapists that might be having clients that come in and use the warm water pool, there'll be consulting rooms that they can use as well. In addition, there'll be a community centre with a main multi-purpose hall that can take up to 300 guests standing or 150 guests seated. This gives you an artist rendition of the outlook from Thrower Drive. A lot of the vegetation that's retained on Thrower Drive was a key element in keeping that natural look. This is just an artist rendition of the 50-metre pool that's been retained, and councillors might note that on the 13th of February, Council resolved in recognition of Councillor Daphne McDonald's 33 years of service as the Division 13 councillor. That pool is now will be known as the Daphne McDonald Pool. This gives you an indication of the 25-metre outdoor pool. And as I mentioned, there's $1.5 million commitment from the state government for that one there. This is the indoor pool hall, which looks at a learn to swim pool as well as the warm water therapy pool. And the warm water therapy pool is heated up to 35 degrees, looking at that ageing demographic and looking at allied health as a growing need in our community. As I indicated, it also looks at an integration with our community centres, very similar to a Pimpamar Sports Hub. This looks at the community centre with dedicated meeting rooms, multi-purpose rooms and the like. And it also includes a small little dance studio as well. Here is a construction video of what the actual site looks like. This was taken last month. To give you an indication that 79% of the employees on the construction project are locally based on the Gold Coast, and 92% are actually based in South East Queensland. So that's about 900 local Gold Coast jobs that this project is delivering on. In addition to that, there's 24 new apprentices and trainees as well. At this stage, the project is looking to open in spring of 2024, and a final opening date will be determined closer to construction finishing. Thank you, councillors, if there's any questions.
When you say spring, do you mean like somewhere between September and November, or is it like, it could be anywhere in there, or is there like a draft kind of date you're talking about?
At this stage, we're saying spring, just because the program and construction, there's been a few issues in terms of some of the subcontractors and their availability. So,
okay. Piece of cake. So yeah. Not sure yet?
Not sure yet.
Yeah, hopefully on a hot day.
It will be a hot day,
yeah.
yes.
You've arranged for the rain to stop?
We'll do our best.
Thank you. All right, I've got Councillor Young and then Councillor Wilkinson.
Thanks, Chair. Very impressive project, that's for sure. I noticed a lot of solar panels. What's the capacity of them and what will they?
Through the Chair, I'll have to get back to the specific details, but it won't be zero efficiency like Pimpamar, but it is substantial to reduce our energy costs, yes. But I can get back to you on the specific details if you like, Councillor.
Yeah, you might just flick us an email.
Sure.
Thanks, Jim.
Be great. Could you forward that response to all councillors?
Yep.
Be great. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Young just stole my thunder. That was exactly what I wanted to know. I noted that it's not featured there in that, but the construction obviously had that. So I thought interesting if that was part of the initial master plan concept or whether that was something that was added in perhaps along the way. I'm not sure. But I think it's great. And if we're not quite getting to zero as far as the site coverage, that's not bad. But at the end of the day, I'm sure it'll be significant to cover, the costs of hopefully running that site.
Yeah,
could you just touch on what's the total quantum of the cost to the ratepayer for this project?
Yeah, total budget for this one's $89 million.
$89 million. Great. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor O'Neill, then Councillor Marshall, then Councillor Martin.
Tim, I think it's worth mentioning for the other councillors how many parking spaces and where they are.
Yeah, through the Chair, thank you, councillors. There's 130 car spaces underneath a basement car park there, and there's also a number of car parks within a very generous walk, 5-minute walk as well.
Which is a huge increase on the previous, so it's really good news.
That's a great outcome.
Yeah.
Is that something you added to the design process, Councillor O'Neill?
Of course.
Yeah. So,
I think from memory, Councillor, I think there was about 68 in the old building, so quite a substantial uplift, yes.
That's great. Awesome. Councillor Marshall.
And a great view of Division 14 from that spot too.
It is. Just outside your division though, isn't it?
Bordering.
Bordering, my bad.
Just in terms of the hydrotherapy pool, I guess one of the features that Palm Beach Pool had previously was that the hoist for the deep water pool was right there. One of the things we're facing at Miami is with the ramp going in, they have to sort of traverse 8 or 6 lanes with lane ropes in to get to the deep water hydro pool, and that seems to be a bit of a contentious point at Miami. So I was just curious as to whether the hoist was positioned at the deep water end. It might not be a question that you can answer now, but I'd be interested.
I sure can, through the Chair. We've done a lot of capital investment through aquatic centres with Pimpamar, Miami, and all those lessons learnt have been taken into this build. I can assure you that those hoist issues have been addressed. The accessibility for this particular build has gone to the next level in terms of making accessibility high on the priority, for that, particularly for that warm water pool, yes.
Well, I guess on that, would I be able to get a copy of that? I'm just facing some stuff at Miami that'd make it nice or easy for me to have that conversation.
I can come back to you, yes.
That's great. Awesome. You okay, Councillor Marshall? Anything else on your list? Right, great. Councillor Martin.
Just a comment, then a question, Chair. Councillor O'Neill and I went through a tour recently, and it's an incredible facility. I think it will be much more than a pool, even though it is the Daphne McDonald pool. It'll be a community centre with spaces in the gym, but I think this will be heavily utilised for the whole Southern Gold Coast. So, congratulations on the design and the program. Just a question. We obviously mentioned we had some setbacks with some subcontractors, and we had that revised spring completion deadline. I just want to make sure for the Southern Gold Coast community that we're on track now, that now we've resolved those setbacks, that we are not seeking a push out from spring, that things are tracking well, essentially.
Yeah, it's through the Chair. To the best of my knowledge, and when I checked in this morning, the program is still on track for those timeframes that the contractor is committed to, yes.
That's great. Any other questions? Councillor Martin, would you note the presentation when you...
Happy to, Chair.
Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favour? Tim, Mark, team, thank you so much. It's a great pool, great project. Our next presentation, just to keep you up to date on the work of this vast directorate, is in relation to arts and culture in the city, which has had some reasonable changes over the last little while, moving some of their remit to Invest Gold Coast. But I've got Kate McLeod and Fleur McMenamin. Maybe just Kate. I don't know, it depends if Fleur gets some hard questions.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, councillors and committee. So this is very much a general overview of the story of arts and culture in the city over the last 10 years. And I guess to really appreciate where we are today, it's helpful just to understand where we have come from in terms of delivery of arts and culture. And the story is quite a remarkable one. But let's start where we are now and just take a small look at a sample that the team has put together. And I guess a caveat, a warning, this is an arts and culture presentation, so it will be bright and it will be loud. And hopefully it works.
Oh, here's the press. Oh.
So I hope you'll agree, quite remarkable. On the screen at the moment is a representation broadly of how arts and culture is arranged around the city, and recognising that there's been quite some significant change of late, and some of those changes are not fully embedded. I thought it was worthy to talk you through the state of play at the moment. So if we start at 11 o'clock, we have the Arts and Cultural Development team. So that's led by Fleur McMenamin, the Manager of Arts and Culture, and that team's been there since the beginning of the culture strategy, which I will talk to in due course. Moving clockwise, we have the newly formed community grants funding capacity, which is operated by the Office of the Chief Exec. And there are components for general community grants funding and also arts-specific funding, which we will come back to committee in very, very short timescale to talk to you about more. Film and music have moved to Invest Gold Coast. So film has always been there. Music previously sat with Fleur and her team. So that's one change, that those who have been around for some time, that's where it sits now. We couldn't talk about arts and culture without talking about the artists and the organisations that are part and parcel of the city's arts and culture ecology. Those venues and galleries are key, and they are growing, and I'll have some stats on that in a little bit. Then we have this wonderful precinct, the HOTA and Arts and Culture Unit, which is in the process of being established. So there will be a head of arts and culture that sits within Experience Gold Coast. That person has been appointed but has not yet started. And most importantly, at the centre, we have our audience. And I think it's very important for us to understand the needs of that audience and to ensure that as the ecology for arts and culture in the city evolves and things move, that we keep that focus and keep those attendees continuing to come. I think one of the questions, certainly previous conversations with some councillors around what sorts of things would fit where, particularly with respect to things like music. By way of example, you will be hopefully familiar with Those Who Rock. So that is a well-established program that we continue to support over in Service Gold Coast, so at the 11 o'clock group. And the work for that is supported through EGC, through HOTA. If we're talking about Taylor Swift or someone else coming, that one would sit over with Invest Gold Coast, because that's very much about money coming in through the production of that particular program. So I mentioned earlier the culture strategy, and it has been quite a significant one over the last 10 years. The focus being very much one of shifting the city's reputation as what was primarily a beach-going centric city, which it still is. However, it's now got the cultural arm as well, supporting the development of the city's creative and economic potential and making arts and culture a part of everyday lives of residents. You'll of course recognise the HOTA building in the slide, the investment of $130 million over 7 years to bring that Evendale precinct into what we now know as HOTA. So the work over the last 10 years has been driven by the 2013 to 23 culture strategy. Obviously, we are now in 2024. We are doing work to begin commencement on a new culture strategy, and for the meantime, we continue to deliver against the priorities for the 2013 to 23 culture strategy. In addition to the hard infrastructure investment to create Hotter, we also spent in the region of 8.5 million to deliver the Com Games Festival, so the arts and culture component alongside the games, which really put arts and culture on the map for the city. We've also invested over the last 10 years around 22 million in soft infrastructure, so talking about the people stuff, things that aren't always tangible in the same way as the buildings are. The team that Fleur leads up has grown from one worker to 12, so we have much more capacity and capability to continue to deliver great programs, and really looking at continuing to mature the sector. These pillars of work are primarily the areas that are led by the Arts and Culture team in Service Gold Coast, and hopefully you will recognise some of the names listed within each of these areas. As I said, the unit's grown from 1 to 12 workers over the course of the last 10 years, and their focus very much being on supporting professional development opportunities, elevating Indigenous arts across the city, encouraging community to get involved and participate in arts and culture across the city, and really driving that reputational component of arts and culture, and also being able to prove it, so the measurement and reporting on activations and outcomes for community. Hopefully you'll recognise the backdrop of this one as being one of our water walls. This one's in Tugun, so not only do we do great arts and culture stuff, this is actually a community safety and anti-graffiti initiative that we have going on in the city as well. One of our measures, one of 20 measures in the council plan is satisfaction with arts and culture. So we're tracking at about 73%. And through the delivery of our strategy, we really have seen some quite overarching successes. So definitely and hopefully councils will recognise the strong emergence of arts and culture ecology, a recognition of high-quality artists and local content production, improved governance and business structures for those arts organisations, which is really, really key, and I think is something that fundamentally underpins the work that a lot of the Service Gold Coast areas will do with community groups to make sure that they are sustainable. Really looking at the city's cultural reputation and profile. We talk about audience development and participation, and the quotes on the screen are from surveys with participants of some of our great programs. Delivering critical support for financial viability. You will be well aware, I hope, that through COVID-19, quite a lot of arts organisations, both within Australia and internationally, suffered significantly, and some of them are no longer with us. And so local governments and all levels of government needed to work quite hard to ensure that those arts and culture economies managed to survive what were some very, very difficult years. And we did. So in terms of that return on investment, so I mentioned the investment in 130 into Hotter, the 22 million into some of the programming, GRP return over the last 10 years. And this is not just the arts and culture component. This includes film, this includes libraries. We've got a libraries colleague sat at the back nodding at me. So audience participation has gone up. We've got good attraction and retention of artists. We can always do better, but this is a really, really strong start. So that audience participation stat equates to around 6.3 million participants across some of our big signature programs that are now well established across the city. So names like Bleach, The Farm, the Swell Festival, Those Who Rock, and of course pictured here is our Yugambeh dancers at the Bleach Festival. I'm not sure which year that was. So that hard and soft infrastructure and the signature programs have put us in a really, really good position as we now look forward
Can we just go back one slide?
Yeah, hope so.
So
yes.
I just want to clarify the gross regional product GRP, you said it was arts and culture and film and libraries and...
So much broader set. So if we went back to that original one that talked about film, music, etc., that one didn't include, this is about our measurement to some extent, Chair, so it does include libraries, so broader cultural participation.
Great, awesome, thank you.
So then looking to the future, as I said, we've had a significant period of 10 years of investment, but also focus to build a really strong arts and culture within the city and capability. We are now working towards the development of a new culture plan for the city. And in terms of next steps, we will be coming back to committee. 3 specific dates already identified. So we'll be back here at the next committee to talk about the Arts Development Fund and the community grants component for funding going forward for arts and culture organisations. We'll also be coming back to talk about public art and then ultimately towards the back end of the year on the new culture strategy. And if you're curious, pictured here is the Commonwealth Star from the Com Games in 2018. And I'm happy to take questions through the chair.
I've got a question in a second. I wanted to just start just by saying how proud I am, like having been elected in 2012, just seeing the change in how our city is perceived from an arts and culture perspective has been unbelievable, and it's been great to have obviously council behind that. But it's something I find just, it makes life better when we have great art, culture, music, film. These sort of things are so enlivening and makes life better, and it gives particularly the younger generation something really inspiring and something to aspire to. It's just been really exciting to see that change, and whilst your presentation is just obviously clinical and it is what it is, it's actually the feeling that, no matter what day it is, I can go out and see a piece of art, a bit of public art, or I can go and see a festival, or I can get that. That's just unbelievable, and I just don't remember the Gold Coast being so alive like that prior to that 2012, 2013 space. So your team, you've inherited a legacy that, it's going to be hard shoes to fill, but I'm sure you and Fleur are up to the job. Councillor Young, then Councillor Hamill.
Thanks, Chairman. I certainly endorse your comments. I'm just going to pose a question about support for theatre, amateur theatre. We've got a lot of good theatre in the city. Some of it struggles through their own fault, and they don't have the professional kind of approach. They're not putting on the right sort of performances. What sort of support have we provided? Are you anticipating the Arts Development Fund to provide some level of support to theatre in particular?
I'm going to pass that question to Fleur McMenamin.
Thank you.
Through the Chair, we do have a number of programs through our sector development pillar of our arts and cultural delivery. We have a new team member who's actually just come from the Executive Director role of the Australian Theatre for Young People, which is really exciting addition to our team. It's my understanding that the Community Partnerships Fund and the Community Projects Fund that is already open through the city, through the Office of the CEO's Community Grants team, will be supporting any local organisations that apply for funding. And the Arts Development Fund that we'll be bringing back to the next committee will also outline some of the support mechanisms that we're intending to put in place. So very much for supporting any new emerging organisations coming through arts and culture within the city, and to really build those pathways into funding and becoming sustainable arts organisations.
That's great. Can I follow up?
So I've noticed that we've had a very particular focus on public art, on art, and also, there's other aspects, but it's just that dramatic theatre stuff that I haven't really seen pop out, and I wonder if we might be elevating that at all.
Through the Chair, we have had quite a bit of a focus on performing arts, and one of the outcomes from the actual strategy has been to establish a home Gold Coast performing arts company, and that was The Farm, who have now gone on to achieve great things. They've just won 3 Matilda Awards and Helpman Award in the past. They run public programs. We support them through the triennial funding program, through the current triennial funding program. That's now moving into a different stage. But I believe other emerging performing arts companies are coming through. They develop, they have programs for youth, and they have a number of other people working in that space to develop that space. We will certainly be going back to that focus because we have, we've seen a bit of a lull in those young people or younger or emerging performing arts organisations. We also have the Karul projects, who are the set up at the Coolangatta space in we call it the Danger Den in Coolangatta. So we support performing arts companies through our programs, and we are very much hoping to have a bit more of a focus through our particular development service programs, but also through the funding programs, and really reaching out to every artistic discipline throughout the city and making sure everyone gets their equal support through our programs, but also through the funding mechanisms and through the public programs of people like Shock Arts Therapy and Karul projects, and also the Farm, and people who are already established Gold Coast performing arts organisations. Yeah.
Councillor Hamill was next.
Mr Chair, I was interested in the art box and water walls side of things. So my end of the city, big new water stations and whatnot aren't done the way they used to. They're not big brick buildings like you have in older parts of the coast. So the opportunities for significant displays like that aren't really there. So I had a couple of questions around like the art box program. We currently do one per year per division. Like there's thousands of those telemetry boxes around the city. I'm just wondering, why is there a scope to up the program? Like it's relatively cheap. Why are we only doing one per year per division?
Between you and me, I've actually funded through a number through local area works.
Yeah,
at times when I wanted to.
So that was one of the questions. Is that an option?
Yeah,
Through the Chair, we support the Art Box program, which is actually managed by the community safety team because it's an anti-graffiti initiative. We support that through funding and also through the assessment process. I would have to take it on notice about the actual expansion of that program. However, from time to time, we do get asked from councillors to have more than one in that division, and sometimes the Arts and Culture Department will fund that through our public art recurrent funding. Or we can certainly investigate ways, because we're very much advocates for more beautiful art in the city.
And that may be my mistake, I guess, in my interpretation of what's always been presented to me. I just assumed it was a whole of city program that was run specifically that way. So I would happily have that conversation with the relevant area about doing some more of it. In expansion beyond that, so is there, and I'm thinking very much of industrial areas because I have a big one of those, but like of areas where there's big blank canvas opportunities to possibly partner with private building owners, is that something inside the current work that we do? If I had someone who owns an industrial building who's got a big concrete tilt panel wall that faces a road and they were interested in having an artist do something on the side of that, how would that be approached?
Through the Chair, the current public art policy excludes private property, so the policy really just manages the acquisition and commissioning of public art on city assets. However, we do have a bit of a proposal in progress at the moment through the Innovation Fund, where we are looking to expand and scope public art opportunities across the city, particularly and predominantly on council-owned assets. However, we do have a partnership also with Miami Marquetta for the Surface Festival, where they are actually expanding their delivery, and they are using private property walls. So we can certainly have a discussion about how we would advise, more public art on privately owned buildings, because again, we do want to see the city.
I love that idea. I think it's a good. I hadn't even thought of it, but it's been such a tourism impact to regional Queensland with the silo piece and the idea you got some big walls in your outlet. People turn up to do. Not that you need more traffic congestion, Councillor Hamilton.
No, but it's so the big silo piece is exactly where it came from. Is like that's just a big concrete canvas. I have a lot of those around there, and I've now got a bit of a tourism piece going on of little breweries and micro distilleries in the industrial areas, because that's where they have to be.
I think it's overdue for me to come have a tour of your division.
So there's that part of it. My final request was, and it might fit inside of this, so in terms of city assets for opportunities to do more public art on, the other thing I have a lot of is 1980s Albert Shire built toilet blocks that are not exactly the most aesthetic looking things in the world. Now, what they are is bloody well built and they've got long lifespans, so renewal of them is a century away on some of them. And we tend to do it, we'll redo the tile and we'll give them a coat of paint, and that's about as much as we do on them. But they are, in a lot of circumstances, big canvases. Onto brickwork is not very easy, but installing panels onto brickwork is definitely an option. Is that something to be considered, that if I had a sports club that's got one of those brick toilet blocks that wanted to partner in seeing something on the wall?
A new Dunny drawings type project.
On the outside
Dunny
of them.
drawings, yeah.
Why not?
I think you got to take that on notice.
Through the chair, we've just recently installed a public art piece on the Sickle Park toilet block on the park there next to the tennis courts, really to draw attention to the fact that it's there and it's a facility. We do assist councillors with requests to work with asset custodians. So we work very closely just advising the asset custodians on how to find the budget and also to work their way through the public art policy there. And we are sort of looking to streamline those policy procedures to get that happening a little bit more quickly.
Sounds, Mr. Chair, that I probably just need to meet with officers and confess my absolute lack of understanding in this area and to get some more guidance around it, because especially too, I had a local club approach me on the taller block idea. They acknowledged that doing panels with paint on it may be problematic from graffiti, but they were looking at a local metal manufacturer that can laser cut into metal. I thought that's brilliant, because I know from city assets point of view, in maintenance of that, laser cut steel is easy for us to deal with and powder coated and with a graffiti cover on it. So I will make that request to understand that more and see where options in my particular part of the city exist.
Great. Councillor Castra was next, and then Councillor Martin.
Yeah, look, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Councillor Tozer said about it's just fantastic to see what's happening, so I don't need to repeat what you've said, but you really do a fantastic job, and it's just wonderful to see the way that art has been embraced by the community, and I think it would always have been embraced if there had been offerings there for them, and now there are just so many offerings, and it's just wonderful to see. I just had a question. In the presentation that you showed, was everything there Gold Coast? I just wanted to make sure, because I could be mistaken, but for some reason I thought I saw something that came up and said Mossman State High. Mossman State High or Mossman High, and I thought, was that something to do with a play, or was that something that was, because I just like to think if it was being presented anywhere else, that obviously everything was, Gold Coast. I remember, I think Jamaica, I think it was somewhere in the West Indies, got into trouble a few years ago by promoting a wonderful beach which turned out to be in Spain. But yeah, so I just wanted to make sure we had...
We'll double check that and come back to you.
Through the chair, that was the promotional shots of Shock Arts Therapy, who are a Gold Coast-based performing arts company who tour all of the schools, and they have an incredible education program.
I gathered it must be. I thought it might be shock therapy, but I thought I just wanted... slipped in and someone hadn't picked it up. So just makes you realise I was at least watching.
Yes.
I was watching.
Thank you.
There we go. Councillor Martin, you're next off.
I was just looking to see if I was in there and I wasn't.
No, so disappointed.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi. My question to the Chair is probably, and it might be early in its infancy with EGC, obviously there's the Arts and Culture Fund, and I just wondered if that had, obviously since I had some exposure to this, but haven't for a little while, whether that's sort of been delineated, where that overlap might be, or what the difference might be with the Experience Gold Coast Arts and Culture Fund and the city's Arts and Culture Fund, if there's been some movement.
Through the chair, we are anticipating to work very closely on that $1.5 million Community Arts Fund that has was a condition of the amalgamation when EGC and part of that council resolution. Their Arts and Culture unit isn't fully established yet, with their head of Arts and Culture starting, I believe, around the 1st of July. So there's a bit of a need for the arts funding to have some continuity so that there's no gap in current services for arts organisations within the city. So therefore we are moving ahead, and the next paper that we bring back will be really showing some of those delineations. But we anticipate that we will be able to provide some guidance and assistance in delivering that Community Arts Fund into the future when the Head of Arts and Culture and the unit has been established. But at the moment, we are very much wanting to deliver something that works for the Community Grants Program and with the arts funding as a component of that to, really make sure those pathways and the current funding model is continuously being delivered. Yeah.
Awesome. Councillor Doran. No? Councillor Doran? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment with regards to the art box. So Division 11 has certainly embraced the art box, and it does make a really pleasant difference to our area, and I acknowledge Councillor Vorster's support of that in the past, and put on record to Councillor Hamill that Division 11 will be getting more than allocation via the LAW budget, which has been secured through working with your team, so thank you. My question is in relation to the Arts Development Fund that's up on the screen there, and how that relates to the community partnerships grants that is currently in place, because I imagine other councillors like myself is getting quite a few requests for meetings from the art community, and just want to understand that process and what can be threshed out and how the difference between the two is. Is that a reserve fund, for example, and how they speak to one another? Thanks.
Through the chair, did you want to just flick to the final slide? There was a bit of a slide we just put up here just to outline a little clearer. This will be coming back in the next paper just to explain it a little. That's okay if it's not there, it's fine. It's the Community Partnerships Fund has, we are anticipating that the very last one, the larger, it's right after the end slide. The larger, more established arts organisations who have received who are receiving the current top end of the arts triennial program, so the multi-year organisations like Swell, like The Farm, like Shock Arts Therapy, and a number of other organisations who are currently receiving over $100,000 through the arts triennial program will graduate to becoming, hopefully, endorsed to receive their multi-year funding through the Community Partnerships Fund. So the decision was made to flatten the community grant structure and deliver them through 3 particular programs: community partnerships, those larger scale multi-year funding agreements, community projects, and the Arts Development Fund. So we are hoping to continue to deliver the pathway for those organisations who are delivering those large-scale community benefits into those community partnerships fund to be able to ask for possibly more money, because they operate differently from, say, a large sporting club or somebody who has organisations who have memberships. They do continue to sort of rely on government funding, whether it be local, state or federal. So the difference there will be that the Arts Development Fund has smaller thresholds. So we're proposing to have partnership funding up to $80,000 and another tier of $40,000 to ensure that pathway to them becoming more fully established citywide, significant arts organisations.
So just so I've got it clear, the Community Partnerships Fund strikes me as the type of fund that a community organisation might apply to for something that's already an established arts and culture type event.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Arts Development Fund is a bit of like an incubator of new ideas that are a bit more speculative and...
Absolutely.
Is that kind of how you're playing it out?
Yeah, through the chair. There's also a difference in the legal entity type. So the Community Partnerships Fund and the Community Projects Fund, you have to be a community organisation or a not-for-profit organisation to be able to apply for those. The Arts Development Fund really needs to cater for those people, and we've seen around 95% through RADF and the triennial arts funding programs are actually individual sole traders or collectives. So they're for profit, so they can continue to be sustainable.
Yes.
So there really needs to be an arts development fund that's treated separately from community organisations, because otherwise the arts wouldn't really exist.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep on Councillor Doran, and then we've got Councillor Gates, and I've got Councillor Martin.
Thank you.
And then after that, we've got morning tea. So depending on how many questions you ask, we'll get to morning tea.
Thank you for clearing that up for me. Is it possible for as a new councillor to receive some information for maybe the last 3 to 5 years on which groups received the competitive multi-year NFP operational funding, as they will be coming, as I understand it, to council in the future, so understanding what they got in the past and how it relates to future funding requests might be useful information for me moving forward.
Through the chair, yes, we'll certainly be bringing most of that information back in our next paper altogether. However, I believe that we'll be able to send that information through as requested at any time.
Sorry, Chair. Did I see the date for that paper you referenced was maybe 11th of June, though?
Yes.
Yep. And is that before we're going to be asked to speak to the Community Partnerships Fund?
It's not, no. So I believe the Community Partnerships Fund pitches will occur on the 3rd of June, special Governance and Finance Committee meeting.
So the papers for the 11th of June will be in our hands prior to that pitch?
Prior to the 3rd of June.
I'd say.
Can we make sure that we do get some of that information?
So I think the information in the 11th of June piece needs to be provided to councillors before the 3rd of June pitches is loosely what we're playing with. Can we do that?
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Gates, then Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chairman. Just a question through you about the Regional Arts Development Fund. Has the government withdrawn funding for that, or have they renamed it the Arts Development Fund? Are they still making the contribution to council that has been historic?
Through the chair, the Regional Arts Development Fund is a partnership with Arts Queensland that has been running for around 20 years for the delivery of the community grants stream. It is part of this decision of council to flatten the grant structure and provide grants through one team, that the community grants won't be delivered through the Regional Arts Development Fund partnership any longer. However, the Arts and Culture team will seek to establish an evolved partnership with Arts Queensland for the council-led strategic initiative stream. So there are two separate streams within the
answer to the question is not in the previous form.
Okay, well, I just have a query on that because historically, funding for the Regional Arts Development Fund was decided by officers and then a report was always presented to council and it was a fait accompli. Council had no input. So under this new structure, will funding for the Arts Development Fund be an officer level decision or will it come to council?
We're proposing in the paper that will be coming back on the 11th of June that the Arts Development Fund will have the same governance model as the previous Regional Arts Development Fund model, whereby there is a committee, so it's a peer assessment model, so independent experts who are, highly skilled in their fields within the arts across the Gold Coast and across the region will make recommendations, and those recommendations will be brought forward to, I believe it will be under delegation because they're not of a certain level. But
so it'll be decided by officers or a panel in consultation with a panel.
Yeah, and then by an authorised delegate.
And is that the model
will be brought back continuously for council.
And is it proposed that that be the model for all?
I believe just for the Arts Development Fund, we're proposing the peer assessment model because the arts are very subjective and that's an industry standard and that's how the local government, the state government and the federal government, have their governance models around the peer assessment.
It's my understanding a Community Partnerships Fund is decided by council subject to a pitch. Community project funds, I think, is subject to a council resolution as well, but maybe in consultation with the divisional councillors. And then arts development has like a panel recommendation that, and last meeting we had, it was proposed that...
I hope it's a different panel than the Atla Lights panel.
That's the Public Art Advisory.
It's the Public Art Advisory, different one entirely, so yes. We did discuss at one point about putting you on that one, just in case it ever came up again.
We are proposing, through the chair, we are also proposing to have a councillor observe the Regional Arts Development Fund committee meeting so that there is some oversight. And
I'm not sure Councillor Gates trusts me to do that, but we'll see how we go.
Of course I do.
Councillor Munn.
Could I just, two quick questions. The dates, it'll come back to this committee on the 11th of June. Could you just clarify what's the 3rd of June?
The 3rd of June, through the chair, will be the special Governance and Finance Committee meeting, I believe, where the community partnerships will be pitched. I believe there's a large number of people who have applied for that particular fund, and they will have a 5-minute opportunity to pitch their funding.
Okay.
It's not in the diary.
Yeah, it's not in the diary. It's
not in the diary yet.
So I will come to the diary, yes.
My understanding is it's not in the diary yet, but maybe it will get in there.
Okay, and just... It's the next day, yeah.
It might be, I don't know if it's going to governance. I think it's having its own
Special
pitch day.
meeting. Okay, great.
They all get 5-minute pitches to talk to us.
I'm on governance. I'm not even on governance anymore.
I don't know what you even do,
But I've got
Councillor
it in my
Gates.
calendar.
The Deputy Mayor is a very, very high-level role that you've rare time to add to committees. Goodness gracious.
And the second question, and only if you're able to or you think it's appropriate to answer, but obviously that Community Partnerships Fund is competitive. It's $1 million. I think we've all probably had approaches from arts organisations that are vying for that funding. If all of the applications were fulfilled, how far outside that $1 million, I suppose, how much is the ask? Because I get the sense that we're not going to be able to fulfil.
Foreboding. Do you have that figure yet?
Through the chair, I will take that on notice.
Great.
And I believe that will need to come forward the decision for the council to actually make that decision of what will be allocated, because that will depend on that special
Councillor Gates.
meeting.
Just another question with, I guess, the attitude to the Partnerships Fund. Is there a view of the officers that, I know they're multi-year funding agreements, but is there any element that requires groups to actually work towards being self-sustainable rather than reliant on the same level of funding every year?
Through the chair, I believe that is one of the intents of our Arts Development Fund and also our triennial organisations funding, to enable organisations to become more sustainable. Just as a personal sort of comment, I guess, although through many years of working within the arts, the benefits that are derived from the activity that the arts organisations are undertaking often are not profitable. There is a lot of community benefits and they're not profitable. They're delivering free, large-scale community sort of benefits, and there isn't a great deal of income to support that kind of scale of community benefits that they're seeking to undertake. So traditionally, the arts have been supported through government funding over many years. Even if you look at the majors through federal funding, it's heavily supported through government funding to enable those sort of social and wellbeing benefits. But that's just
No, I think it's a...
sporting arena, and that the groups really struggle to become sustainable in any way.
I think you'd struggle to make a case right now that the Titans are sustainable, to be honest. But between you and me, the reality is there's no limit to that. In sport, there's quite a lot of sports that are not sustainable and require government funding. So I think your analogy is actually quite poignant in that sport and arts we support both, and sometimes arts cops a bit more flack than sports do, just because, for whatever reason. That's the end of the presentation, and we're going to take a short break, mostly because I need to go to the toilet. Does anyone want to note that presentation? Can I get a mover? Councillor Castra, Councillor Martin. So moved by Councillor Castra, seconded by Councillor Martin, that the presentation be noted. All those in favour? That motion is carried. We're going to take it's going to be a short break because we still have 3 items that are really quite important. So can we invite everyone back after about 10 minutes? So it'll be just 11:16. Thank you. Alrighty, we have just had a short break and we took a bit longer than we thought because we met some of the new team involved in Services Gold Coast and Environment, Heritage and Resilience. Trying to remember all the acronyms. And we're going to reintroduce our next presentation, which is actually about the current status of our actions relating to fire ants. Welcome.
Thank you, councillors. My name's Hadley Mills. I'm the manager of Vector Urban Pest and Biosecurity. So the purpose of this presentation is to give you a bit of a briefing regarding our obligations and response to fire ants. I'll just check my clicker to see if it's working. Sure is. Apologies, it's not quite as a nice slide pack as the last presentation. In terms of the fire ant threat, it really does strike at the heart of our purpose as a council, and that is to enhance the Gold Coast way of life. In terms of parklands, sports grounds and natural areas, really does affect those significantly. It affects them in regards to public health, the environment and economic risk. And in terms of that economic risk, we've been getting numbers out of the US suggesting that the cost of the Gold Coast in terms of tourism could be upwards of $176 million per annum if it's left unchecked. And in terms of location, we really do have the focus in the northern suburbs with regards to densities. And we're getting regular reports of fire ant nests all the way down to Robina and Mudgee Bar. In terms of relationships, we work really closely with the national program. That's the National Fire Ant Eradication Program and the state-run Fire Ant Suppression Task Force. We've created a really good relationship with these two entities over the last year and a bit. And in terms of our program, we really have co-designed our program with the national program and with FAST. And it's really heartening to see that FAST actually consider our team as the gold standard with regards to local governments in South East Queensland. And we do actually get a daily report from the national program in terms of positive nest detections, so that's coming in daily to our team. It's really important because obviously we have to jump on things as soon as they come through. The national program obviously is a federally funded program, and that is actually run out of Biosecurity Queensland, which is a part of the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, the state government. And in terms of their program, they really are tasked with surveillance and treatment and essentially eradication as their core function, which I'll get to in the next slide. But essentially, they are what you could call the coordination and integration centre for the response for eradication. And all of that is, a lot of the information that the public can access is that website up there, the fireants.org.au. So anyone that ever wants any information, generally most of it is on there. And their aim within their strategy is to eradicate fire ants by 2032. So this map here essentially is their strategy. So as you can see, the blue zone is actually the surveillance zone. That's a 5 kilometre wide zone where essentially they're looking for fire ants day to day. Operationally, they're on the ground looking for fire ants nests. Hopefully, in general, it's clear of fire ants, and it generally is. And then in terms of the orange zone, that's a 10 kilometre zone. That really is focused on eradication. So day to day, the national program are out there. They're dropping baits through aerial means, so helicopters, crop dusting aeroplanes, things like that. But then when you move into the more urban areas, they're actually door knocking. They're going door to door, going into people's backyards and applying bait treatments. And the idea, the general idea for the strategy is that this, what they call horseshoe, actually moves inwards as the fire ants, as they eliminate the fire ants. And if they get a detection within the blue zone, then essentially it's going to move out again. And if you look there to the Gold Coast, you can see the Gold Coast there. Within the Gold Coast, you can see that we've got the suppression zone, the surveillance zone and the treatment zone. But then inside of that, to the north of that, essentially is what we call our suppression zone. So we're tasked with suppressing fire ants within that zone. Getting to the next slide, this outlines our obligations. So local governments have a general biosecurity obligation under the Biosecurity Act. And essentially, what that means to us is that we have to monitor, report and treat fire ants within our land. So that's our land only. And in fact, all landowners generally have a GBO or a general biosecurity obligation. And this was outlined very clearly by the Director General of DAF recently in a letter to all local governments. And this was in response to some local governments within SEQ thinking that their obligation is just to report, but the Director General's made it really clear that it's actually more than just reporting. It's also monitoring and suppression. So in terms of our specific requirements as a council, we have a 1,600 hectare agreement with the task force, and so essentially our guys are out there day to day, our team's out there day to day spreading baits on that 1,600 hectares. We also survey sites right across the Gold Coast, and we obviously report any nests that we find to the national program. And in terms of other actions, we also coordinate with other business units who operate in this space, parks, things like that, and we're constantly educating them on how they need to respond. The other key thing to mention here is that we actually do a little bit more than we're required to do, and that is obviously protecting high-value assets, so things like parklands, parks, playgrounds, all that sort of stuff. So in 2022, we had a detection of 7 nests within Broadwater Parklands, and it's a good example of when we jump on things and get straight out there. In terms of our team day-to-day activities, just some quick totals in terms of how they're operating. So the total area treated, this is from July 2023 year to date up to February. They'd done just under 1,500 hectares. They'd treated a total nests of 1,200, just over 1,200, and they'd done 176 site surveys across the city. And then they'd gone through a whole lot of sites, and essentially there was no detections on 770 sites. And then positive detections are certainly increasing, so there's been a 118% increase year to year. And then in terms of the national programs notifications, we got 1,151 notifications. And it's worth noting that we do actually give reporting on this to councillors weekly, so you'll hopefully be seeing those numbers coming out weekly. It's worth mentioning that we do have a dedicated fire ant team now, so it's really good to see. And you can see one of our team there in a Polaris with the spreader on the back. In terms of next steps, we're currently approved for 13 full-time positions. We've got a coordinator that we've recently appointed, and we're going to be rolling that out. We're currently recruiting for the rest of or many of those positions. We're developing a fire ant program management plan that's going to direct our operations, and we're implementing a drone program too. We're also in a bit of a leadership position with regards to SEQ local governments. We're going to be guiding a lot of the other councils on how they build their programs moving forward. And then also we've got to be implementing recommendations that we got from an independent experts report in late 2023. So we've implemented a lot of those recommendations, but we've still got some to do. And then obviously we're also, well, maybe not obviously, some councillors may not be aware, but there was a A Senate inquiry just recently concluded on fire ants, and that's the recommendations have just come out. There was 10 recommendations, and I can say that none of the recommendations directly affect our council, so it mainly focused around funding. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from councillors? I've got Councillor Young, then Councillor Wilkinson, then Councillor Hamill.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Hadley.
Hadman?
Hadley.
Hadley, sorry.
Like Richard
thank
Hadley.
you for the presentation. Pardon?
Like Richard Hadley, right? Yeah, go ahead.
So what level of funding are we getting from the federal government, please?
Through the chair, I don't have those figures on me. However, we do get provided with baits. So we get all the baits that we require from the federal scheme, and that's guaranteed up till 2026, July 2026.
So the 13 staff that you mentioned, they're being funded entirely by ratepayers?
Correct.
It's quite an obligation and an investment. So what about the baits that are used? Are they specific to the imported fire ants, or do they have detrimental effects on other wildlife?
Through the chair, so the bait treatments, they are actually regulated through the pesticides and veterinary medicines authority. So they are authorised through that program.
Yeah.
So we don't have, we don't license it or anything like that. It's the baits that are readily available.
So is there any information about possible impacts on non-target species?
Yeah, through the chair. So all that information can be found on the national program website.
So just pause there. Do you think you could provide that to councillors, just in a distributed? That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Chairman. And so the activities that your team are undertaking, Hadley, are focused on city-owned land only?
Through the chair, correct.
Thank you.
I think I went to Councillor Wilkinson and then back to Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I just wanted to see, in relation to that horseshoe mapping that you produced before, do we have any former year mapping in relation to the sprawl or I guess, the decrease that I hope to see, I guess, from a wider spread initially? Are we seeing an actual reduction, I guess, in that space, or are we seeing an outward creep, given that I know year to year we're seeing an increase in detection? That doesn't mean to say that they're moving further out, it just means to say we're finding more. But has there been, I guess, a decrease in that geographic space over the past few years is what I just want to see if I can get an understanding on.
Through the chair, look, I wouldn't want to talk for the national program, but like from what I've seen, it's been approximately the same since earlier last year. So you would hope that it would be moving in the coming years. They do have the target for 2032, so that's all outlined within their strategy. I can happily provide that if you'd like, Councillor.
Is that a yes, Councillor Wilkinson?
Yeah, happy. If there was other information going to be circulated, kind of following from Councillor Young's queries, I'm happy for that to just get circulated to everyone if you like.
Yeah, that's great. Awesome. Councillor Hamlin.
Mr. Chair, on the back of the recommendations that we endorsed last year, there's been a lot of uplift in this program and a lot of new moving parts to it, and it would be too early for a review to come back with a report of how successful that's been and where we may look to increase or decrease and that kind of stuff. But how far into the future do you think before we might be in the position to see an early report on if what we adopted and what we funded is actually achieving what we hoped it would?
Through the chair. So our focus is on suppression, 100%. So we're effectively working in lockstep with the national program and also FAST. So effectively taking that into consideration, it's really hard to put a target. So we can get targets from the national program. We've currently got a target that we've both agreed to. That's the 1,600 hectares per year. However, it's hard to put a target on eradication for us because that's really a national target.
Yeah, so to be clear, wasn't suggesting eradication because that's not going to happen in the Gold Coast anytime soon. Like we are, as Councillor Vorster loved to point out, we're at the very end of the horseshoe and we're literally going to push these things towards the ocean is the idea. So it wasn't suggesting a target on eradication, but those targets around we'll take so many hectares, like possibly the report may come back and say we think we should be doing more hectares or less hectares. You know, the ATVs are great, but we think there's efficiency in using aerial treatment in some areas instead. Like a report to come back in the future. When do we think that might be?
Through the chair, I'm happy to answer that. We can come back to council and to this committee with a report probably in a few months with an indication of how we're going, and it's not just about the outputs, and it's also about how we're going. Yep. So, which is, I think, at the heart of your question. It is. So, so we can come back with a report.
I'm going to go to Councillor Curtis, but before we do that, I wouldn't mind hearing, do the councillors actually get the, I get an email every week about fire ants. Everyone's getting that.
Refill report.
And one thing that might be good for us to look at is if the information in that report isn't what councillors want, or councillors want a different subset of metrics, then let's...
Are you reading my mind today, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, so to me, it might make sense for some feedback to be provided to the team in relation to what that report looks like, and we can adjust that report to suit what councillors might want. I'm going to go to Councillor Curtis, unless you want something specific about that.
Mr. Chair, it was only an extension on what you said. I also believe that councillors get notified when there's actual detections within their area as well, if I'm not mistaken, because I believe I've seen those come across my eyes since stepping into the role.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to Councillor Curtis. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. To you, Hadley. I just wanted to quickly touch on the city's procurement of soils and stuff that come in, because I have a resident that has a background and is particularly concerned that there's a national standard of how those soils are treated. Do we do anything above and beyond in the protective measure of the procured soil that's coming from elsewhere? And then another follow-up question, is it ever linked, or what is the rate of being linked to actually bought in soil as opposed to sort of just like natural spread?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. The national program has a tool on their website, which is, I think it's called the material movements tool. So essentially, that provides businesses like turf farmers, anyone who moves soil or mulch or things like that, including our council business units, provides them with a tool where it runs you through a set of checklists, check tasks, and you go through that, and then effectively it comes out with an answer as to say what you should do. Everything from, no, you're free to go to do that, make that movement, all the way through to you actually need a permit to make that movement. So there is that tool in place. We're also working with other business units within council. We've got a liaison officer, a fire ant liaison officer that's going to be out there educating other business units in terms of what their obligations and responsibilities are around the movement of soil and other materials. Hopefully that answers your question.
Go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
Yeah, through you, Chair. It does. I guess my question is it possible for us to condition a higher level of treatment of soil that we obtain from elsewhere to give us a higher level of protection, particularly as the council? I know we probably can't condition it to our other businesses, but as a service provider, could we provide an additional layer of protection against the spread?
So I'm going to go to the Executive General Manager on that one, that's okay?
Through your chair, that is a matter for infrastructure, Gold Coast, but we're very happy to have that conversation with them, and we can come back to you with a response. In order for that to occur, do you want to, is it important enough, are you happy with that reassurance, or do you want to run a general business item later just to see if that can be reviewed as more of a more formal process? Is it important enough for you to have a motion?
It's important, but I'll seek your guidance on whether this is adequate. I don't feel the need for an additional layer. I feel like that reassurance was pretty confident. I think you're going to get what you need, but if you want to have a motion, you can talk to your community about it. I'm happy to No. That's
that later.
If I could also add, we are implementing a national program. And so at that national level, there's that identification of what the risks are and what are the priorities and how we would go about addressing those risks, what are the target actions that local governments need to do. And so we're effectively implementing their program, if you like. So it would also be a matter for national program as to, whether that would be required. So that's something, as we're liaising with our partners at the national level, we can also be asking that question up the line to see whether there is a risk there that isn't being mitigated. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Hamill, you were next.
Mr Chair, I'm wondering, so I have an excellent example of Zips Park in Alberton where we have a city sports field that we don't own any land around it, so private land around it. So every couple of weeks we identify half a dozen nests, we close down the fields, we go treat it, and then a couple of weeks later the fire ant nests that are just on the other side of the fence creep back over. Has there been any further discussion with the national program or state around an ability to compel surrounding private property to be treated?
It's a good question.
Through the chair, so the national program's just come out with a brand new compliance strategy. So within that strategy, it's probably worth a read. They are hoping to strengthen their compliance and enforcement activity. And so I think it's one of the things that I'm going to encourage our team to do is actually, provide those types of situations to the national program so that they can actually follow that up.
Well, it's very much us going back to the same place every 2 weeks is just a use of resources when we're not dealing with the issue, which is literally you can look over the fence and see the nest there and you come back and they're there again 2 weeks later. And sadly, that is a very real example of the maturity of this program of where it's got to in 20 years, is that's where we're currently at. Mr Chair, I need to leave now, so if you wouldn't mind, I just wanted to thank the team. It was a big step, but the right step by the council to endorse those recommendations last year and to be prepared to get truly involved in something we should have been involved with from the start. But we are most definitely involved now. I very much agree on the point of our leadership ability on this. We are definitely showing a few other SEQ LGAs how this can be done. But that's also going to have to be leadership on pushing the envelope of that kind of example I just gave, that if we rely upon the state and federal program to tell us what to do, we're never going to get anywhere on this. We'll have to show what works in our area, which will work everywhere else. But thank you to the team. It's been really good to have those extra resources there and the response times coming down, which means that closure of sports fields and parks has been greatly reduced in timeframes. Might be happening more often, but the timeframes are less, which means that our community can get back out on those important open spaces in our areas.
Yep.
And on that, I'm out of here.
Thanks, Councillor Hamill. Councillor Fowler, you have a question.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess my question is just about the notifications that we do get divisionally, which are very useful, so thank you. Being new, I'm not sure if this is knowledge that other councillors would have, but from my perspective, the main things the community are really concerned about is the safety for dog parks. So when, I guess, some information that might be added to that communication could be, does the detection of those fire nests and suppression treatment close down a dog park or not, so that we're not asking those questions. The other one is the actual treatment itself being poison, and when is it safe for dogs? Dogs are very inquisitive and they go over and they sniff, and I'm sure that it repels dogs, but when is it safe for dogs to be in that area so that we don't have that risk to dogs sniffing? I think it's nerve, isn't it? Anyway, they're my questions.
We're going to take a question. So there's a couple of things about dog parks and then the toxicity of the poison for dogs. Do you want to touch on those right now?
Yeah, I'll take the toxicity and throw to Hadley for the closure. So according to the National Fire Ant Eradication Program, the bait used to treat fire ants is not harmful to pets, including cats and dogs. It is specifically targeted to kill fire ants. So I think what they're implying there is that it wouldn't be necessary to keep the pets away from the bait. As for the closure of the parks, throw to Hadley.
Through the chair, the closure of parks would only happen if there is some sort of high risk, like if there was a very I guess, large infestation of many fire ants nests. So it's a case-by-case basis at this stage.
So if I think there's actually some councillors who read that fire ant report quite diligently, and I'm one of them, it might be good for some of us to get together about some suggestions about what might be included on that report in future and work out if there's ways we obviously don't want it to be too extensive, but if it's simple as did a spork park get closed, did a dog park get closed, and some more date-related activity for when something reopened, maybe that will help us.
And through you, Chair, it's just at a recent Neighbourhood Watch meeting, I listened to Mark Boothman, our state member, report on this issue, and his advice to the community was that there is a very real danger to dogs and that we need to keep dogs away. So that's where my confusion's coming in. So.
Through the Chair, was that keeping them away from a fire ant nest or from the bait?
The treatment, as well as the nest, obviously. Yeah. And then when is it safe?
When is it safe?
Do you feel comfortable writing to Mr. Boothman if we provide some information to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Sounds like we can resolve that one. Any other questions about fire ant? Oh, Councillor O'Neill and then Councillor Martin. I'm very sorry. I'm facing the wrong direction as well, Councillor O'Neill.
But we all do. Just to answer that too, I actually went to a presentation from the eradication team, and it was mainly about Currumbin Valley. They did mention about farm animals, but certainly not cats and dogs. They said that it was safe for cats and dogs. But my other question is, have we, as a council, had any conversation with Tweed Shire Council? Because I know that they had concerns, especially around Piggabeen area, because of, and also the movement of soils and hay and things like that across the border. So I know that they were getting quite nervous about it too.
Through the Chair.
Yeah, those questions are about hay and relationship with Tweed.
Yeah, so through the Chair, as I understand it, there's a certain amount of regulation that you have to get through to cross the border with materials. If you go through the tool that I mentioned before, that'll probably raise a red flag, and then you would have to get a permit for that. So it's a good question with regards to that one. I mean, it's not within our remit in our team. And the second one was about...
the movement of hay was one of them, and then collaboration with Tweed Shire Council.
Yeah, collaboration with Tweed. We haven't. We do go to meetings where, or there has been a recent meeting where they did attend. I'm not sure whether the team actually coordinated with them or not. So the answer's really no to that one. However, I can pursue that.
I just report the meeting that I went to, which was in particular around Currumbin Valley. We had quite a few valley residents there, and some of them just don't accept that the toxicity of the product is very low, and it's used diluted and things like that. And then there was a big conversation about whether residents could refuse entry, but under the Biosecurity Act, it was made clear that you cannot deny entrance to the eradication team on your property. But there was a lot of it actually got quite heated. Sure. But I'm assuming, as far as I'm concerned, they cannot refuse.
Do you reckon we could get a councillor briefing note that just addresses the toxicity and entry refusal? Is that something we can do?
Yes.
I've got all that information.
Yeah.
It was sent to, maybe the new councillors don't have that, but certainly I have it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That sounds good. So we're definitely going to get it. I've got Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, and then Councillor Wilkinson. And Councillor Neal, do you feel like your questions were addressed for now? It's great. So Martin, Doran, Young, Wilkinson.
I'll have one too.
And Castra. Sorry, mate.
My question was just, I realise we're doing council areas, but we've obviously got a duty of care to our staff, and just wondering how that's been received, whether there's been many incidents with members of the public and our staff. Are they well supported, safe while they're doing their work?
Through the chair. So yeah, we do have an education program that we're rolling out. So we've got an e-learning course that's going to be appropriate for any appropriate business units that do come into contact with mulch and plants and soil and things like that. So they get the e-learning module that's mandatory. We've also got a non-mandatory video that's an educational video for the rest of our staff, for all staff. That's voluntary, that they can learn how to identify fire ants nests and report them.
You can follow on from that if you like.
Yeah, just, and then in relation to interactions with the public, while they're doing their work, has there been any incidents from the public that may not want to see that occur? How's it been travelling?
Through the chair, so our fire ant team, they do certainly interact with the public. That's been generally really positive. And the interactions are positive in terms of the public's worry and concern, and then our teams are pretty passionate. The guys and girls in the teams are really passionate, and they quite enjoy actually educating the public in that instance. And the feedback that I've had is really positive in that sense.
You're good with that? I've got Councillor Doran next, then Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask you about sporting fields, please. How many sporting fields, if you've got this information, have been closed due to the fire ants infestation on the fields or within the grounds?
Through the chair, I'll take that on notice. I don't have the figures off the top of my head.
Would you have a guess at 100 or 5 or?
I wouldn't like to guess.
Let's get the exact figure for you and get it across to councillors.
What are there any areas in particular? We have a shortage of sporting fields, as you can appreciate, in the city. Is there any areas in particular which residents should be more alerted or vigilant to fire ants in any parts of our city that they should be keeping an eye out for, so as to try to get on top of them early?
Through the chair, I think essentially, as I mentioned in the slide pack, generally suburbs down to Robina, we're getting regular reports of fire ants nests and Mudgeeraba. So, from the north down to those two suburbs, that's where we're getting most of our reported fire ants nests. South of that, we've had a few instances, but not so many.
Is there any particular reason for Robina and Mudgeeraba reporting more activity than other locations?
Through the chair, I think generally the infestation is moving south from the epicentre where it all started in Brisbane 20 odd years ago. So I think it's just a slow move south through the Gold Coast and outwards, as you can see on the slide there. Effectively, what you can see in the blue and the oranges would be the outer limit of where individual nests had been found. But obviously, there's different areas have different. So
just so I got it clear about that question, the blue represents the outer limit where they're not being reported. So your suburbs in this, the Coolangatta, Currumbin Valley, Numinbah Valley, is what's kind of represented in the blue inside the city of Gold Coast's local government area. They're areas that we have very few, identified cases. But as soon as you move kind of north of that into the orange area, that's a really key area. And the reason we're doing that is the reason that the national strategy is undertaking that is to really kind of create a ring fence around where the situations are occurring. Does that sound like a reasonable?
Through the chair, you're correct. The blue is very much surveillance, so they're looking to see if they can find nests, and the orange is active control. These
animals, these ants, are migratory isn't the right word, but they're moving because they can fly and so because they're hitting Robina and Mudgeeraba because that's the limit of where they're currently moving to right now. That's how I've understood it.
Okay.
They moved from Brisbane, they're coming down. The blue area represents areas they haven't reached yet, but they're on the move and they're coming through Mudgeeraba, Robina at the moment.
Yep. Is there a citywide engagement strategy or plan with sporting clubs so that they can be vigilant into looking out for these as they pop up on our sporting grounds? What sort of communication is there in place?
Through the chair, we're just in the process of employing a liaison officer that will be their focus.
So there has been no overall strategy around communicating to sporting groups that there may be for example, Mudgeeraba and Robina are in a hot zone, if you like?
Through the chair, up until now, no. We're creating a program management plan that will identify that as an objective. So yes, we plan to do that.
It's only been this financial year that we've had those resources allocated to the team in vector and biosecurity to be so focused on this.
And through the chair, we have had some social media posts in general around fire ants and treatment and baits available, and reporting them and pushing the general public to the actual website that Hadley had up on the screen to order your baits. So general public could actually bait their own backyard with a shaker. So whilst we haven't actively pursued it because the team has only been very small, we only set it up last year, and then we've expanded it, in this current quarter. So that's the next focus. As Hadley said, we're going to be working on a fire ant management plan that will detail a whole heap of activities that the city will do or should do, and how we actually go about doing it. But as the team's been set up, we're trying to meet our legislative obligations, which have been reinforced to us in a letter from the Governor General, Director General. So we're running, but we haven't run fast enough yet. So we're going to get there shortly.
So my office has, or my division has hosted a number of fire ant information sessions where we train local community groups and members of the community who are interested in a program with the federal program. So they've come out to Mount Nimble Hall, they've come out to Mudgeerbar, they've come out to a few places to run those, and they've done them with the Mudgeerbar Show Society and a few other community groups. And I have no doubt they will continue, but I'll just keep you in the loop, and the team will keep you in the loop about when those come up, so your groups can be alerted to them. I've put it in my newsletter about 4 times now.
Thank you. Appreciate that you're building a plane whilst also flying it. I appreciate that.
That's a very good way of putting it.
So I'm glad that it's going to be part of the forward proposal or forward plan. Can not want to speak for the chair, but can I, as Division 11 is contained within the hot zone, get some collateral that we can directly share with our local sporting groups on your behalf? Because we can facilitate that communication.
Absolutely.
And the final question, Chair, just one more, is just for those watching, to remind us what the risk is of fire ants on the sporting fields and what the outcome is. I mean, there's a bite, but what does that look like for kids or for people on the sporting fields?
Through the chair, in the US, it's really interesting to look at what's happened over there. So they're getting really high densities in terms of fire ant nests per, say, hectare. Sometimes over 400 nests per hectare in certain places. And the risk is essentially the risk is to human health. That's the main risk. And there has been anaphylactic episodes in the US and death.
What does it actually look like? Is it a fire ant bite, or is it a bite or a sting, or
through the chair? So they essentially, I've been out with the team, and you disturb the nest, and thousands of ants pour out instantly. So as soon as you get thousands of ants on you, they all bite and inject a very small amount of toxin, and then it's effectively like you're on fire. That's where the word comes from.
You're on fire.
Yep.
That sounds strangely unpleasant. Councillor Young was next, and then Councillor Wilkinson, and then Councillor Castra.
Thanks for allowing me to follow up. Hadley, after Operation Cleanup, there was a lot of mulch material that was provided free to the public to take home and use, and there were certainly some control measures implemented about imported fire ants. Are you aware of any claims of outbreaks or infestations resulting from that program?
Through the chair? No, I'm not. Thank you. Not at this stage.
Great.
For 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
Keep going, sorry. My bad. Councillor Young, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Most of mine have been answered, but I'll just extend on Councillor Doran's sporting closures or sporting field closures. Can we also add to that the time frame in which they then reopened? As just a bit of feedback, just to get an idea on how long they were then closed down for. Is that possible, or is that asking a bit too much at this stage? Noting that there's obviously more being allocated towards these types of things to get data on in the future, I would say.
Through the chair, it's not really our team's responsibility necessarily to close down a park, so we'll provide information to the, the appropriate department, parks, for example, and then they will make that decision. So I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what the parameters around the things that go into making that decision.
Hadley, we're going to deal with that. We can get that information to you. So Services Gold Coast, Jody, can the asset custodian of parks give us just a report of parks that were closed due to fire ants, close date and then reopen date is what we're interested in. I can't hear what you're saying, but I need to do lip reading course. I thought maybe you could sign.
Through the chair, Infrastructure Gold Coast.
Oh, no, it's not parks anymore because you're the people. You're the humans, not the things. Yeah, okay, cool.
Chair, we'd be happy to follow that up. And,
Thank you.
But I also just want to add here, would it be more... trying to understand the purpose for the information, because we can certainly provide general information, how long we close parks for in order to treat. And obviously we work very closely with infrastructure in managing this, but would it be more useful just to understand how long generally we need to close them for?
Yeah, that was kind of my intention, only in the instance of being able to kind of, I guess, have a data set in the back of my mind of how long a particular space sporting field would likely be down for, and the implications of those time periods, whether it's only 1 or 2 days or whether it's 1 or 2 weeks, those kind of things, just for me to be aware for my own knowledge.
And your social media, Councillor Wilkinson.
Of course, Chair.
Councillor Castra, you were next.
Sorry, I didn't have my hand up.
Oh, you didn't? You were just waving.
I was just waving.
It's great. Excellent. That concludes the presentation, and it doesn't look like we have any more questions. Can I get someone to note the presentation? So I've got Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Doran. Moved by Councillor Wilkinson that the presentation be noted. Councillor Doran seconded that. Hadley, Kathy, Alex, thank you. It's good. Thank you for keeping us up to date.
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping us safe from the fire ants. All those in favour? All those against? Motion is carried. Awesome. So the next item of business we have is a discussion and a presentation in relation to the environmental impact of the sewage spill in the Albert River. It's important as we go through this, to understand that we initially had a presentation that included some private property owners' information, and we've now omitted that information. The reason that the item was initially confidential was because it included inadvertently some private property owners' information, and so we automatically close a meeting when the presentation has that. In a conversation that Alex and I were able to have last night, we were able to omit that information in order to be as transparent as we can around this. I thought it would be, frankly, quite ridiculous for the first convening of an Environment Committee not to deal with an environmental update. It would look ridiculous for us not to have this on the agenda. We're actually not trying today to discuss things like infrastructure management or pipes or anything that might be dealt with by the Water and Waste Committee, but we do want to make sure we have at least a briefing relating to the environmental response and impact. So let's do that. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you, Chair. If it's okay, I wouldn't mind just introducing this item, and thank you for your comments. We did feel this was an important item to come to the first committee meeting, given the focus for this committee being in the environment area. So what we're going to focus on is the city's role in managing environmental impacts associated with sewage spills, and in doing so we'll walk you through how Kathy and the team led the environmental response associated with the most recent Albert River spill. I also just want to make a comment that the regulator is undertaking an investigation, as we have welcomed them to do, and we are supporting that process with them. We are also undertaking our own independent investigation. Waterways and the health of our waterways is obviously very important to the city and to the community, and so having our own investigation is really critical so that we can learn from this and prevent these sorts of incidents in the future. So over to Kathy.
Thank you.
We're not enclosed and we don't need to be enclosed. Correct. So the introductory comments that I made were that we removed the information in the initial presentation that automatically segmented into a closed session item, and because we removed that information related to private property owners detail, it doesn't have to be enclosed, nor would we have intended it to be enclosed had that private property information not been in there.
Thank you. Managing spills in the city is a completely huge team effort. It's not just my team that manages a spill, but just about touches every department within city operations. And being a city with more waterways in Venice, the potential for sewage spills impacting a waterway across the city is significant. As you are well aware, I'm sure, we have approximately about 3,055 kilometres of mains, and of that, about 406 kilometres of rising mains. So lots of infrastructure traversing the city, as we are a linear city. When a sewer system blocks up or breaks, the city responds by raising a work order. So a work order is through a system that goes out to crews to go out and investigate. But we dispatch for any sort of sewage incident. They are a priority one, so people go out within a very quick time of that order being raised. Those work orders could come in a multiple number of ways. Someone could be one of our officers could be walking along the street and see something. It could come from a member of public. It could come from an alarm in our systems. So there are multiple avenues that these actually come into our system as well. We have a 24/7 service operations control centre. So you would have seen that during the event. We have people in that centre every day, all day, teams of 3 in the morning, and 2 overnight, 3 during the day and 2 overnight. And we also have on-call crews who go out if it breaks in the middle of the night. These poor guys are up and driving to the site to have a look to see what the issue is. And then the support team that helps these people, and the support team is diverse. There are the Enviros, which is Andrew's team, who you met earlier, environmental health officers, because they're involved as public health requirements. We also have customer response, so a number of different customer service people or council's media team. And the environment team is essentially the first protocol for the operations and maintenance guys when they actually have a significant spill. They're on the phone ringing up Andrew's team to talk through the issues and to understand what's going on. So I thought I'd give you a bit of a legislation lecture, for want of a better word. We are covered by multiple levels of legislation across the city. The Environmental Protection Act 1994 is the one that my team works with the most. And so in that act, we actually have 2 main things that relate to sewage spills, or 2 main clauses. The duty to notify a regulator of environmental harm, and it could be potential harm, and an offence to deposit or release contaminants into the waterway. As you're also probably not aware, but we also have other pieces of sub-environmental protection requirements, which our team also look after, which is the environmental authorities for our sewage treatment plants, our sewage pump stations, our landfills and our WRCs. So all of those wrap up to some form of environmental compliance requirement for the team to look after. The environmental team's response. We actually have a spill procedure, aptly called ENV, which means environment, G01. So that's like the first procedure in the environmental team's portfolio. And so our team actually attends the sites and gathers information from operational teams. They assess the extent of the spill impact. And, you know, this impact can vary depending on where the spill is, the size of the spill, whether there's an active recreation area downstream of the spill. Those types of things are what my team look at when they do the initial impact. If waterways are impacted, we arrange for sample collections at the source, as well as upstream and downstream locations. So the source is where the sewage actually enters the waterway. upstream is, before the tide, so when the stream's running down, and downstream is obviously where it flows out. And these samples are analysed by the city's lab. So the city's lab performs a really important function for the city in managing risks, as I mentioned in the Strategic Budget Committee last week. And they manage our risk both in sewerage as well as drinking water. The team also ensures appropriate barricades or warning signs are erected where they can put them. And we also seek advice from the environmental public health officers for public health risks. We also provide advice and support on ground, so the team is out on ground with the repair guys in terms of containment, clean-up, tankering away of sewage that has been contained, any odour mitigations that we can put in place if there's any that we can do, and flushing the remaining sewage after that have been cleaned up to ensure that the area is safe. We also arrange for any notification of impacted landholders. Now, this is a legal requirement for us, so if it goes onto private land, we actually have to find that landholder and notify them. Can be quite difficult at times because, our system could have a PO box for a landholder. The guys put a lot of work into getting to the landholders. And the other most important one is we are required to actually notify the department within 24 hours of us becoming aware of the incident. And then we actually liaise with them throughout the entire incident and eventually provide a report at the end to the regulator. So what was our response to the environment, to the spill in Stapleton? Well, I'll give you a bit of background first. The city first became aware of the sewer leak near McPherson Road at 5:30 p.m. on the 8th of April. So investigations commenced immediately and the affected rising main was isolated by approximately 8 p.m.
Kathy, can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
How did we become aware?
Through a call through the call centre or to our 24-hour operations centre.
Yep.
With flows diverted to the adjacent 300mm main. So the last pump station before sending the sewage to Beanley treatment plant, we actually have 2 rising mains that send sewage north.
So when you say Beanley treatment plant, that's a treatment plant that's outside of our local government area?
That's correct.
And so we send sewage to there, it gets treated and then it
gets released, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So any notification of incoming flow would have actually been not governed by our own mechanisms?
Correct.
Right. Keep going.
Environmental officers attended the spill site with the repair crews to assess the impact. So we deployed initial warning signs and DESI was advised. Access to the river was extremely difficult due to the remote location and the fact that the ground was excessively wet, and the guys observed no visible evidence of sewage within the Albert River. While the repairs were underway, the environment team liaised with the regulator as required under the Act, and that's when interagency discussions have started and continued on since there. So there's multiple agencies, but our team is essentially just dealing with the Department of Environment and Science and Innovation.
What was the nature of the call to the call centre?
I'd have to take that on notice and refer you to water and waste infrastructure. That's their call centre. Yep. We just get notified of the actual call that come through, and it went through the call centre.
That's awesome. Keep going.
We actually also provide additional precautionary deployment of signs, which was informed by the interagency advice as well. So that was signs on additional signs in the water, on boat ramps, etc. As part of our requirement is the waterway sampling plan. As I said, we developed, we took samples upstream and downstream. However, as knowledge and understanding of the nature of spill developed, a comprehensive sampling plan was actually developed, which included the Albert and Logan River estuaries. And so additional sampling was taken along in those estuaries, and I'll show you a picture of the extent of that sampling in a minute.
Can you let us know when it occurred? So when did this happen?
When did we start the comprehensive sampling?
Yeah.
The 12th.
So we became aware of it on the 8th, and then by the 12th, this testing,
Guys
this comprehensive
were on
testing
site
plan.
sampling.
Yeah, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Testing of 15 sites included microbial testing to determine waterways were safe for recreational use and nutrient testing as a marker for sewerage. Just to let you know, results from the microbial testing consistently indicated low risk. And results from the nutrient analysis showed some initial elevation beyond background, but quickly died away. And the thing about those two comments is, the understanding that those rivers have significant flows in that period of time. From that period we had large rain events, so we had substantial volume flowing down those rivers, which helped us keep the river in good stead. And additional water testing is also being carried out to include heavy metals, as this is a partial industrial catchment, was just another reassurance that our risk was low, and the results have come back and the risk is considered low from us. And the team currently is continuing to monitor the waterways, and the risks still remain low. And this is the picture of all the points that we've looked at. So the blue and the purple points are the additional sample points that we've taken during this time and are still continuing to take.
So which of those, I'm so sorry, which of those is where the incident occurred?
So you'll see a cluster of blue here. So this is the actual sample source.
Yes.
And then we've got downstream, upstream, and one way down here is downstream as well. And then these other pink ones are actually the same data points that Healthy Land and Water sample as part of the regional South East Queensland monitoring program.
Right.
And the city actually receives a report card every year around about October, November on the health of the waterways of all of the city's waterways as well as South East Queensland's waterways. So we picked those additional sites. Oops, sorry, that's me. We picked the sites to ensure that we had a background where we have additional information.
And they're kind of tributaries of the same kind of river system.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
So as Alex said, the investigation's ongoing. Infrastructure is doing the internal independent investigation, whereas Desi's doing their external investigation. We're obviously cooperating with all parties, including all state agencies, and we'll wait for their feedback as it comes.
So we've got questions from Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, and then Councillor Martin. Before you do that, I just want to ask some baseline questions based on what you started the conversation with. You talked about the response, the environmental response to spills. There's a system in place that we have. We follow a set of procedures. How often do spills actually occur? Is it a very regular thing, or how often do we activate that procedure?
Routinely.
More than we'd like.
More than we'd like. It really does. Like we have, it's difficult to quantify. We could try and get some information and come back to you, but we activate it on the smallest of events, and it could be as simple as a popped manhole because something's gone wrong.
I've had it in one of the streets around the corner from my house. There was an overflowing. There was an issue in my street with the people had been piping their stormwater into the sewer, and it makes the sewer overflow. So I'm assuming that even something as simple as that just activates this procedure. I was just interested to know whether it's a weekly occurrence or whether it's monthly, or do we do like 3 a year, or is it 20 a year?
On average, I'd say a couple of decent ones a month.
Yeah, okay.
But when I say decent, this is on a different scale.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But the same procedure is followed, whether it's a minor or a major spill, because we have this mechanism in place to protect the environment when these things happen.
Correct.
Yeah. Part two was, I'm just interested to know, there's lots of conversation about the volume that was carried by the actual infrastructure. What is the volume of the Logan River?
The volume of the two systems together because you've got two streams coming into one.
Yes.
During that period of time, the volume going down the Logan River in total was 302,000 megalitres.
302,000 megalitres was that's the volume in that space there.
Yep, in that period.
And
sorry. Over what period of time? From when the spill was first identified, so around about mid-January, to when we turned the spill off, which was 8th of April. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Young, then Councillor Curtis, then Councillor Martin.
So the spill was first reported in April.
Correct.
But it's been later determined to have commenced in January.
That's the understanding. Obviously, this investigation that's being undertaken by the independent investigators will confirm all that information. That's what we've put on, Council's website as what we're currently aware of.
So what is the indication that it was actually occurring from January? How did you detect that or come to that conclusion? Was that looking at pipe flow or?
Alex, please.
Yeah, through the chair, that's not something that we can respond to from the environment team's perspective, but that's certainly part of the investigation is to understand and answer those questions, and the findings of that would come back to council in due course.
Okay, thanks. So, given that, despite the fact that this flow was occurring for 3 months, the water testing determined almost no impact whatsoever.
Through the chair, correct. That's a consequence of high flows through the river, a number of rain events in that period, good flushing system. The background, we've obviously determined the background using the environmental health monitoring programs data set, and those factors all play to have the river essentially back to background.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that one? So the scientific testing that occurs is actually managed by the city itself. We have our own scientific water testing program.
Through the chair, yes. So the sampling, the runs that we've done, our scientific services laboratory, which the city owns, does that testing.
And you touched on this slide before. You talked about is it red? Are they red?
Yeah, pinky, purpley,
pink
maroon.
Ones, the pink ones are the water testing sites that are regular testing all the time.
So, yes, through the chair, yes. However, those pink ones are undertaken by Healthy Land and Water as part of a regional, South East Queensland regional environmental monitoring program.
And Healthy Land and Water are a separate agency to council.
Through the chair, correct, yes.
Yeah, I am the chair, so you don't have to go through me. You can go right at me. Councillor Young, you may have... Sorry, I just wanted to clarify a few things based on your commentary, so, yeah, sorry.
No more question, but I just find it really hard to comprehend, to be honest, that it's just completely counterintuitive that you might release hundreds of thousands of litres of raw sewage and have a very insignificant noticeable effect.
So, yeah, I think that's actually surprised me as well. But again, I suppose that 4 megalitres versus 302,000 megalitres seems like there is an element of dilution that must have occurred.
Yeah, so it's very fortunate. Very
fortunate that there was lots of rain during that period. I promised Councillor Curtis to be next, and then Councillor Martin, and then I'm back to Councillor Wilkinson after. Go ahead, please.
I was just about to add the commentary. I don't know if there was any kind of data you can provide on the amount of rainfall that we had over that period of time as well, just to be able to kind of add to the flushing element of what's been undertaken here. I'm sure you would have some indication of that.
I'm going to let that be on notice. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got two questions. First one being the trigger from the complaint on the 8th that led to our investigation. Is there any chance there were any reports prior to that perhaps weren't taken seriously, whether they were smell related or anything? Was there? Yes, there'd been a look back to see if there were any possible triggers prior.
Through the chair, every phone call that comes in, whether it's I have a smell, is investigated. If a phone call came into our operations centre, someone would have gone out and looked.
Okay. Terrific. So then the second one, and noting that we're focusing really on the environmental piece here, it sounds like we've got some surety that the environmental impacts were minimal. When will the messaging start to go out about what the impacts were? Do we have to wait to the end of the entire investigation, or can we start doing that messaging, noting that I know the city administration has the lead on the messaging for this one?
Through the chair, there's actually on our website, there's frequently asked questions now, which says that the water testing has determined that the waterways are safe for recreational use. The bigger, broader outputs will come once the investigations have been completed.
And it is, the environmental summary which we're providing today is a little separate to the broader infrastructure investigation. So some of those questions that we probably better dealt with by the other committee, and the broader report that is a multi-directorate response.
For sure. I just would provide the comment that I think that with the volume that went through the river, and then some of the dialogue that's come out, and now trying to grapple our heads around how it hasn't had more of an environmental impact. I've heard a percentage figure given based off that figure of how heavy flow the river was and how much the contaminant was, and it was something in the 0.001% was actually affected sewage going in, and that would be really helpful data for us to grapple, like how it didn't have. I found it helpful.
Yeah, I found the same
bringing
thing.
it down to a percentage point like that, and instead of, because I think we've all got the very sensationalist figures in our head about, well, they were accurate figures, but I think when we take into account the volume of the creek, it starts to put it back into perspectives for.
So I just did 4 megalitres divided by 302,000 megalitres, and it's 0.00001325. But that's just on my calculator. I promised I'd go to Councillor Martin and then back to Councillor Young and then over to Councillor Doran.
Yeah, just 2 questions. So on that too, on that calculation, we talk about percentage. Is it correct in that the sewage infrastructure and the sewage that's flowing through, it's not concentrated sewage, it's a mixture of stormwater, so that in itself...
Dishwashing liquid?
Through the chair, yes, and with that rain event, more dilution occurs because we have infiltration coming into our network, which dilutes down the sewage that is in the system as well. I'd just also like to correct the chair with his calculations. The chair calculated 4 divided by 302,000. 302,000 is the volume for the extended period. The 4 was a daily volume.
So that's like 4 by 90. So it should be 360 divided by 302,000.
Correct.
Over 90 days. Yeah. Divided by 302,000. So please, it's 0.00119. Sorry, Councillor Curtis, I gave you the wrong figure.
And that would be.
And I'm speculative here. I'm making it up on the fly, going 90 days of 4 megalitres. So, Councillor Martin.
And the second, it might actually be a replica of Councillor Curtis, but the spill, well, the incident was reported 5:30 p.m, 8th of April. So there's been some environmental and community groups, but the notion that the city was aware beforehand and kept the lid on it is simply not true.
Through the chair, that's correct.
After Councillor Mutton, I had Councillor Young, and then I went back to Councillor Doran.
Thanks, Chairman. So with these testing stations that are identified on the map in the pink or purple or whatever, they take regular samples, and those samples are evaluated or tested, and then there's a reporting mechanism, or there's a register, and people monitor those registers, or...
Through the chair, Healthy Land and Water run the program. The Healthy Land and Water do a report at the end of the year, so a full year's worth of data collection. It should be noted that those samples aren't sampled once a month. It's 8 times in a 12-month period, and our report is made available to the public around about October or November.
So do you mind?
Please.
Do you know if any samples were taken from those stations during the spill period and what the results were from those?
Through the chair, yes, samples were taken for 2 of the months, and as we've said, slightly elevated, but the results have come back down.
So those testing stations did detect some slight elevation.
Correct.
And then council's follow-up testing, once the incident had been reported and investigated with the blue testing stations, also confirmed that slight elevation. But there was nothing from the purple stations in the interim that just said, hello, look at this is a problem.
We don't get the results from the purple station, as I said, until the end of the year. And we're not privy of how Healthy Land and Water actually analyse them and what they do in the interim.
Can I ask, what is Healthy Land and Water? Is it a state government agency?
It's actually a group that is funded by multiple memberships, and so partially state, partially not.
Through the chair, it's a natural resource management group who run a variety of programs. This particular program is supported by the state and also some local councils in the SEQ area.
So in this instance, despite those tests, they wouldn't have revealed much elevation of the nutrient levels or whatever, so it wouldn't have been concerned. But in another non-storm affected period, those stations might have revealed something a bit more apparent or evident. And I wonder then if we need to look at the reporting regime or that exists with Healthy Land and Water to ensure that should this occur in a non-flood period, you know, and those things are actively detecting stuff, then we get a report sooner rather than at the end of the year.
So it sounds like a good question, but did you want to respond?
Yeah, through the chair. So yes, we will be looking at that as well as our own monitoring and seeing from a holistic perspective, how do we improve the monitoring and reporting and taking into consideration this particular program that Healthy Land and Water run.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Councillor Dorian.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the updated detail. It's certainly something that I found really valuable to hear, given the information is often contained in the public realm, which everyone sees. Can you take me back and tell me whether or not there's been a spill of this size and scale before on the Gold Coast?
Through the chair, not in my life on the Gold Coast, but I've only been here 17 years, so I'm not an old hat like Councillor Castra.
Well, that's right. I mean, I'm 150 years old and I've never seen anything like this.
So I don't know, the short answer is there's probably been spills that have definitely had a greater community impact. You know, I can say my own street, you know, there was, you know, because some people in this street ran their stormwater into the sewer and the sewer overflowed in a heavy rainfall event, it impacted 20 people in the street. It was quite an uncomfortable circumstance to have happen. And as far as I can see, this didn't actually profoundly impact. People didn't see what you'd describe as sewage on the street or sewage in the river because of the sheer volume, because of the dilution that occurred. But is that, I don't know, does that answer your question?
No, I just wanted to understand if there's any precedent towards the size of and the nature of the spill. That's fine, answered. Yeah. Can you define low risk detection? You've mentioned that a few times in the presentation, please.
Through the chair, low risk, we look at the levels of the contaminant or the pollutant that we're looking for, and look at the expected levels that you would see in a waterway of this type of waterway, a higher urbanised waterway that has a number of sewage treatment plants discharging to it, plus a lot of cane lands and runoff, urban runoff coming to it, farmlands upstream. And so when we look at those numbers, we assess them against key targets, and when the numbers are at that key target, we determine it's low risk.
The testing points, I've just got two very quick ones.
You've got as many as you like.
The testing points that are in blue and therefore managed by the city, do they show, understanding happened after the event or after the detection, do they show a dilution in terms of the ones closest to the proximity of the spill versus the ones further away and downriver?
Through the chair, they were similar along that stretch. With in terms of the microbial, we only had one above what the city would look for as an issue. The rest of them were below what the city would determine as a concern.
Thank you. And just, I just wanted to also say that from what you indicated earlier, that the call was received at 5:30 p.m. and as I understood it, the source was closed or diverted at 8 p.m. on the same day. I just wanted to congratulate the team for the speed in which they acted once the city was made aware of it. I think that information should be known more publicly because this isn't a small thing, but it's also important to congratulate the team for acting on it once we did know. Obviously, we prefer it didn't happen, but you can only fix something once you're aware of it, so thank you.
That's great. Alicia, do you want to respond to that?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor. And I'd also just like to bring your attention to the frequently asked questions page that has now gone live on Council's website. So there is more information associated with the management of the spill that yourselves and our residents can find there. Thank you.
Councillor Martin and then Councillor O'Neill.
Just two quick ones. The blue sites were reactive, as in going down. City is testing specifically. They're not inbuilt monitoring. Is that correct?
Through the chair, correct. As I mentioned in the first slide, or the second slide, our spill response requires us to do at source, upstream and downstream. So that is standard response for any spills that reach a waterway. The other ones are set monitoring sites that are monitored through the Healthy Land and Water program. We just sampled those as well through our program for this event.
Yeah. And the last one, I don't want to delve too much in I know there's an investigation and the outcomes around how we can improve will come, but obviously I note the comment around the purple ones being somewhat longer term testing where we get the figures quite late. Obviously I'm sure there'd be a recommendation that if we can access that data feeding in more rapidly, just wondered if that is within realms of how you're working with Infrastructure Gold Coast and the investigators.
Through the chair, we'll obviously take those comments away and speak with Healthy Land and Water. They do have, this is only 14 sites or 13 sites across southeast Queensland, so they actually take a large number of sites and to deliver value to the membership. They have a contract for testing. That contract has a set time frame for those results to be undertaken. So, it would still be, I would consider, possibly delayed. That's why during the investigation, there'll be all things on the table as to what we will look at and how we'll go forward from learnings.
Great. Councillor Martin, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. It was sort of mentioned how often we do have spills, whether they be minor or, more than major. But I guess, because I was Chair of Water and Waste for a while, I sort of now pick up on other cities that report on spills and the media report on spills. And there's a lot of conjecture in the out in the community about whether it's because we're not, our capacity is to the limit, which I don't believe anyway, and I know that it isn't. But it's getting those questions out there, and I think I, for one, because my name's been mentioned in social media about what Councillor Martin mentioned, that that we did know about it and we somehow kept it from the public, which is entirely incorrect. So I think those questions and answers are really, really important. My other comment or question is, are we one of the councils that contribute to the Healthy Waterways?
Healthy Land and Water?
Through the chair, the previous committee, which I think is only Councillor Castra and possibly you, Councillor O'Neill, and Councillor Tozer, resolved not to be a member of the Healthy Land and Water membership anymore. I would like to say the city significantly invests in monitoring that complements the Healthy Land and Water program. The city...
And we share data with them and collaborate with them quite a lot.
Yeah, collaborate quite readily. We monitor fresh. These guys do basically estuary. The other thing I'd like to point out is our infrastructure team and our team put it together, have a substantial receiving environment monitoring program for where our actual sewage treatment plants release recycled water. Significantly in depth, the city invests substantially to ensure that the public are safe where our release systems.
That's good.
And I guess my point is that even if we were, we would still only be getting the results of those testing, you know, so many times a year. Yeah. Thank you.
Through the chair, correct.
Without any more questions, I think we're going to note the presentation. Thank you for giving us the update today. I know that it's a bit of a contentious matter and obviously of great public interest, but I think we've dealt with environmental matters pretty comprehensively today.
Excuse me, Chair, will the presentation form part of the minutes?
It will, and it's non-confidential.
Thank you.
Did anyone want to move that we note the presentation? Thank you, Councillor Curtis. I'll second that. Oh, Councillor Marshall. Off the blocks. Off the blocks. So I've got Councillor Curtis, seconded by Councillor Marshall. All those in favour of noting the presentation? That motion is carried.
Chairman.
We have two items remaining on the agenda today. One relates to Program AIR and then one relates to the Natural Areas Acquisition Program, which was effectively a late item nominally deferred from the Special Budget Committee. Both of those items, as a result of budget matters, are to be held in closed session. So I might ask for a mover to move to closed. Oh,
Chairman, I've got to rush to another meeting, but I just wanted to say a couple of things before I go. Firstly, congratulations on chairing this first meeting of the new committee. I think you've done an excellent job. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate. And secondly, I want to recognise the acknowledgement of country that you've included in the agenda. It's great.
Our cultural piece is part of this committee's remit, so I thought it was entirely appropriate for you to do so. Thank you, Councillor Young. So we do thank you, Councillor O'Neill. I have a mover to close, Councillor Wilkinson, and a seconder, Councillor Martin. All those in favour? Thank you. We are now in close. Please. open. Please turn the streaming on. All right, so let's do the program air. Welcome back to those who are viewing online. The programs that we discussed, or the items we discussed in close today, were closed due to both budgetary matters and also on the grounds that some of them relate to health and safety risks of the city. But I've moved for 7.1, and it was seconded by Councillor Martin. Is that right? Yes. So you happy to second that? Yes. That's great. This matter relates to Program AIR, which is a holistic and... We'll go ahead.
Should that be 7.2?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Is it 7.2 now? It's back to 7.1. Because we shifted the order. Sorry, Councillor Martin, we shifted the order and messed you up. Program AIR is a comprehensive and holistic program in order for us to respond to the Severe Wind Hazard Assessment South East Queensland report, which came out not that long ago. It talked about the risks to South East Queensland areas when it comes to wind and cyclones and such things. And as many members of the community would be aware, we suffered, I think it's called a derecho or derecho or something like that, which is like a cyclone. Not that long ago, and it is absolutely overdue that the council prepares itself appropriately for this sort of risk coming into the future. The Program AIR intends to do that in 3 phases, and over the coming weeks, some of that information will become more public. But for today, we are just releasing the information that's in the resolution today, which is that the report and attachments are deemed non-confidential, except for those parts deemed confidential by the Chief Executive Officer, the stuff that needs to say confidential. The Council notes the findings of the Severe Wind Hazard Assessment South East Queensland. I probably need to add the word report after that, if you don't mind. 3, that Council endorses Program AIR and its first 3 phases, assisting the Gold Coast to prepare for the possible impacts of severe wind and tropical cyclone events. And 4, that Council adopts the funding requirements as outlined in Section 7 of the report, keeping in mind that the Special Budget Committee manage those budgetary elements as well. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? All those in favour? That motion is carried. And then the late item. Do I have a mover for the Natural Areas Acquisition Program? Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I don't know how much we're inquiring at your way. And I have a secondary in Councillor Martin. Councillor Marshall, did you want to speak to us acquiring land for our natural areas? You get to say a few words. If you moved it, so if you would like to say a few words about how important natural areas are to our city, you can.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I think it's incredibly important that we do, I guess, put environment first, and we continue to acquire natural land in our area, and I guess land that's protected from future development. So I'm incredibly supportive of this.
Great. Anyone want to speak against? That was good practice, Councillor Marshall. Well played. All those in favour? That motion is carried. And thank you to the team who worked very hard earlier on. Is there any general business? Councillor Martin.
Just a comment. I just wanted to thank you, Chair, and the team for presenting the spill update while there's an active investigation. But I think mainly that the community can see those concerns, can see what's happening and alleviate some of the concern whilst that's going on. So I think credit to the team and yourself, and also making that in open session.
No dramas. Any other matters? Let's close the meeting at 1:19. Meeting closed. There is actually lunch available if anyone wants a snack. So.